Ah. Oh, man. I don't want to get up. I mean, you can't hear me. I didn't have the mic on. Of course you couldn't hear me. If you can hear me when I don't have the mic on, then there's a problem, man. I wouldn't put it past you, Dre. You're just hanging outside my house now. He's like, where is he, man? Alright, let's turn the music down a little bit. There we go. I think I make the same mistake almost every weekend. And that mistake is thinking that I can just go to sleep for like an hour or two and then wake up and things will be fine. When obviously that's not the case. Okay, why aren't you showing up on my screen? There you are. Okay. What's the raid today? The same as last week. They didn't change it. Yeah, it should still be the same. In fact, let me get logged on here. Yeah, usually they'll have the same one on consecutive weekends, or if not consecutive, then like every other weekend. And some weekends they won't even have one. They'll just kind of be like, whatever. But yeah, there it is. Rilliboom. I mean, he was kind of challenging, so I mean, it's fine if we get to do him again. We can't, well, at least I can't catch him, but we can still get the rewards from it. Or we can help other people who haven't had the opportunity to catch him. So he's still there. But yeah, it's absolutely true what they say, man. If you're gonna like try to get a little sleep, then you should really get just a little bit of sleep. Because I've actually heard the whole thing about when you take naps, it's actually good for you. But you don't really want the naps to be that long. You don't want them to be more than, say, like 45 minutes, because after that, then your body starts going like into deep sleep, and once you get into that deep sleep state, then it's much harder for you to kind of wake up from that again. And I think that's true, because I think I ended up finally falling asleep about 7:30 or so. And then I set my alarm for like 9:40. And yeah, if you've been asleep for like 2 hours straight and you try to wake up after not having like a full night's sleep, yeah, it's hard. You could tell I'm still yawning. Did you eat breakfast? No. I haven't been up that long. My eyes are still a little you know how it is when you wake up when you had a hard sleep and you wake up and your eyes are still kind of goofy and still a little blurry, and you gotta, oh man, you gotta get the crusties out my eyes. I don't have any like real crusties, but you know how it is. How you can't really see quite right for like the first like 15-20 minutes or so. You're like, oh man, I gotta work that out. That's another thing I learned too, is if you wake up, you don't immediately want to go and try to drive. Take an energy drink. No, I don't like energy drinks. I do not drink any of those energy drinks. Those Red Bulls and what do they call them? Rockstar and all this. I don't drink any of that stuff. One, they're gross. Most of them taste absolutely disgusting. Seriously, they're just nasty. Coffee, I don't like coffee either. It's kind of funny though, because I actually bought a coffee maker years ago. And yeah, I don't like coffee, but I do understand that, you know, for some people, drinking a cup of coffee can wake you up. And I found That it doesn't work for me. It doesn't wake me up. It'll warm me up, like if it's like kind of chilly, you know. And so that's kind of what I use the coffee maker for a little bit. Is I wouldn't even make coffee. I would just use it to heat up water. And then I would just like make like hot chocolate or something. But then I stopped using it, and I didn't use it for like a good year, and I was like, okay, I'm not using this thing, let me just get rid of it. And I gave it away. This was years ago though. This was like 2018 or something when I gave that coffee maker away. But yeah, I've never really liked the taste of coffee either. Any time that I have made coffee, like certain places that I've worked at, it's like, you know, they always have like the free coffee. It's really awful coffee. It tastes like crap. I would go and I'd get the coffee, but I would put so much cream and sugar in it that it wasn't even coffee after a little bit. It was just like a slurry of of like creamer and sugar, and it was just gross. Among Us Imposter Red Sus. I don't know what that means. Ooh, was that? No, it's not. Okay. So the Meowth over there. Yeah, I did actually do some breeding. I don't have any. I didn't breed any Meowths, or Alolan Meowths, I should say, but did breed a few Hisuian Basculin for anybody that wants one. Although it's still early, I'll probably give those away later. But yeah, the only thing coffee ever did for me is it just makes me have to go to the bathroom. That's it. Because in case you don't know, coffee is a diuretic. And if you don't know what a diuretic is, a diuretic basically makes you have to pee. It stimulates that part of your body that's like, hey, go to the bathroom, go pee. And that's really all it is. It does do that. But other than that, yeah, it never really did anything for me as far as... I've noticed that I'm kind of like that with caffeine. I don't wake up from caffeine. Seriously, like I could intake like a whole ton of caffeine and then like lie down and be asleep in like 10 minutes. It doesn't really have the same effect on me as it does with a lot of other people. Coffee makes you need to poop. Oh, that's same thing. Yeah. That's another thing. It can stimulate, like I said, it basically just kind of stimulates that part of your brain that tells your body, hey, go to the bathroom, you know, whatever. For me, it's 1. For you, it's 2. For some, it's 3. What's 3? You don't want to know what 3 is. It's Black Red Pill. Hello. Have you watched a movie series called Transformers? Okay. Do you mean the original Transformers movie from what, 86 I think it was, or do you mean like the more modern Transformers movies? Because the modern Transformers movies are just, they look beautiful. They're amazing looking, but the story is just, all of the stories in those movies are just absolute trash. Basically, the way the Transformers movies look today is what I wished they looked like when I was a kid. Oh, is that a... Hold on. No, it's not. Dang it. I thought that was a shiny. It was from the reflection. I thought it was a shiny. But yeah, the modern Transformers movies, like I said, I mean, they're fine as far as like popcorn movies. But if you're looking for a deep, in-depth story, then yeah, you're not going to find it there. Because they're Michael Bay movies, right? Yeah, if I remember correctly, it's Michael Bay. He's notorious for making movies like that, where they're kind of big and brash and lots of explosions and all kinds of craziness on the screen. But the story is just, there is no story. It's like, we have to find this cube. Let's go do it. Everything blow up. have fun, yay, eat popcorn, nom, 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 nom. And that's it. That's the movie. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with it. It's entertainment. I mean, that's what you go to the movies to do, is to be entertained. So that's fine. But yeah, his movies are not going to be winning any awards for writing anytime soon. What's your favorite superhero movie? It's definitely not any of the Marvel ones. And I'm not saying that the Marvel movies are necessarily bad. I mean, a lot of the more recent ones are actually not very good. But I just always, when it comes to like comics and stuff, I've always leaned a little bit more toward DC than Marvel. Although I do enjoy some of the Marvel stuff. Like Marvel comics would probably be like the X-Men. That's what I used to read when I was a kid, is X-Men, Wolverine, you know, all of those characters, like Psylocke and Jean Grey and Storm, and they're the ones I was familiar with. But as far as superhero movies, I mean, there are actually some very good DC superhero movies. Like the Christopher Nolan Batman movies are pretty good. Dark Knight, you can't go wrong with Dark Knight. That movie is great. It's excellent. It's an excellent film. But if I'm just going just pure like adrenaline rush, sort of like, oh my gosh, that looks amazing, kind of, you know, popcorn movie sort of thing, probably one of the Zack Snyder films. And I know Zack is a bit of an acquired taste. It's like the people that like him tend to really like him, and then those who don't like him, they're just like, they just don't like his style. Superwoman got a movie coming out. There's talks of it, but there was a whole bunch of stuff going on Twitter, because Wonder Woman, because the whole idea, and again, this is going completely off topic, but the whole thing was that when James Gunn, who is a big-time movie director, he's now leading the DC Expanded Universe, he basically took over for Zack Snyder because they were just not happy with what Zack Snyder was doing with all the various series and stuff. I don't know why. I mean, I thought he was doing just fine. But James Gunn took over, and he said that he's getting rid of all the actors that are playing the various parts. Like, he got rid of Henry Cavill, who plays Superman. He got rid of Ben Affleck, who was playing Batman, and he's like, yeah, we're gonna get rid of all of them, and not gonna make any further movies with them, because we don't want, you know, audiences to be confused, etc., etc. And so when he said that, he actually did say that. He said, I don't want the audiences to be confused, so we're not going to be making movies with those actors anymore. We're moving on from them. And we thought that this included Gal Gadot, who plays Wonder Woman, and that's what we all expected. But it turns out, I think it was like on Thursday, news broke that James Gunn is actively working with Gal Gadot right now to do a third Wonder Woman movie. After he said all that stuff about moving on from those actors, it's like, what? So now that's kind of a little controversy on its own. The whole situation is just stupid. It's just weird at this point. Hey, Chloe. Yeah, it's just really weird. I mean, I'm not gonna rag on James Gunn too much. He has made some actually pretty decent films. Like, everybody loved his Guardians of the Galaxy stuff that he did, and some of those movies are okay. They're fine. I don't really go for them myself. Like, I've watched the first two, and I was like, they're okay. I mean, again, it's just kind of popcorn fodder. That's about it. I didn't think they were amazing. Some people were like, oh my god, it's like a masterpiece. No, it's not. It's not a masterpiece. Deadpool and Wolverine working together. Yes, they are in Deadpool 3. I actually really want to see that movie, because as far as casting goes, I think they absolutely nailed the casting for both of those characters. Like, Hugh Jackman, he's been doing it for almost 25 years now, playing Wolverine. And even though he's taller than the actual Wolverine in the comics, it still works because he does such a good job portraying it. And then same thing with Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds is basically the human form, the actual real human form of Deadpool, so it sort of works. How he's kind of a smart butt and always saying goofy stuff and that sort of thing. Yeah, it's basically, it's like he was born to play that role. So that works. I definitely want to watch that movie, but it's not going to come out for at least another good year. But as far as favorite ones, I may get a little hate for this. I'd probably have to say I actually really liked Man of Steel. I really did. I've put that movie on several times just to, because I like rewatching it. I don't buy as many movies as I used to, but I actually bought Man of Steel and I don't regret buying it. Especially on Blu-ray. It looks really good on Blu-ray. The only complaint I have about Man of Steel is one of the fight scenes is a little overdrawn, meaning that it probably could have been shorter to help make the movie a little more compact and flow a little bit better. But that's about the only complaint I have about it. Otherwise, I think the rest of the movie looks amazing. Uh-oh, it's the beam of the beam. Did I actually log on? Yes, online mode. Okay, good. Sorry, I'm just kind of running around at this point. Where am I going? Is that... Oh, those are mushrooms. So, I guess, what are we doing this week? Are we doing just a bunch of raids like we usually do? Or am I breeding stuff? Or am I, doing EV training? Or am I giving away a bunch of Pokemon? Or, oh, hey, what's this? Let me see, is this... Oh, that's a Ditto. That is 100% a Ditto. Yep, that's a Ditto. Can you tell? I'm going to sit here and stare at it for a little bit. I'm going to see if y'all can tell how that's a Ditto. Can you tell? Oh, come on. You have to be able to tell it's a Ditto. Everybody's like, how do you know it's a Ditto? There's like two of you watching. It's like, oh, you know it's a Ditto. There you go, Moni got it. Yeah, because it's not exploding when you go up to it. Yeah, these little guys, the Voltorbs, when you go up to a real Voltorb, it'll just freak out and just blow up. Whereas the Ditto will just kind of be there. And yeah, it's light? What? Gonna use Ditto thumb grips for my Switch. What? Ditto? Oh, speaking of Switch, this is actually kind of big news. Besides the fact that on August 8th, which is just in a few days, I think Monday, we're getting another Nintendo Direct, so that should be interesting. I think it's on the 8th or the 13th, I don't remember. But anyways, yeah, another Nintendo Direct. But it's been confirmed the next iteration of the Switch is going to come out second half of next year. It has all but been confirmed pretty much. And I imagine that's part of what the Nintendo Direct is going to cover too. That's going to make it official. So, yeah, and they said that it's going to be about that Nintendo Direct's going to be about 35 minutes or so. Okay, see, that's a real one. See, he's just blowing himself up now. But anyways, yeah, well, see, that's the thing though, is we don't know exactly because I look at it this way. The Switch, from a design perspective, and I'm not talking like necessarily the internals, I'm talking about its portability and just the things that it can do. I think that the Switch is about as perfect as you can get it, aside from the fact that it's, by modern standards, not a very powerful console at all. There are phones out there that have better internals than this thing does. But, again, given that it's basically a handheld and a regular console at the same time, it's pretty awesome. And so I have to think, well, I imagine that they would probably want to make another console very similar to this. So if they do make it, is it actually going to be called the Switch 2 or the Switch Pro, as everybody's been trying to call it for like the last 5 years? Or are they going to try and redo the design? I mean, I'm sure they'll tweak it a little bit, but other than, just kind of maybe smoothing out the edges, giving it a better screen, that sort of thing, what more are they actually going to do to it? Not only that, but my biggest concern, and this is what I'm going to be looking for, is on this next console that they are supposed to be bringing out again, second half of next year, so probably about a little more than a year from now, is that console going to have backwards compatibility with physical cartridges? That is my big, big concern. Because if it is not going to have backwards compatibility, that is a massive strike against it. Now, admittedly, because of the Pokemon games and how much fun I've been having with them, I'm probably still going to get it. But I would like it so much more if it did have that backwards compatibility. And I have to say, with physical cartridges, because any of you all who follow me know that I strongly prefer the physical media to just the digital media. Like all the Pokemon games that I have, all the Switch games I have, with the exception of like one, are all physical. They're all the physical copies. So that's why I'm thinking, it should not be hard for them to just say, okay, sure, we'll use the same cartridge, because the cartridge itself is just a glamorized proprietary SD card. That's all it is. They just make it proprietary, and they can use the exact same interface. I'm sure that there wouldn't be an issue with data transfer or anything. So I hope they do, because then that way it would allow those of us who are going to be pulling over a bunch of physical media from this original Switch to the second one. It'll allow us to continue to play the older games while still buying their newer stuff, their newer games. I think that would be the way to go, but it's Nintendo. So I don't want to assume that they'll do the right thing, because there have been times where Nintendo has done just the stupidest thing ever. Like the most anti-consumer things you could think of. They've done that. And it's like, why would they do that? Sometimes those things just don't make sense. Like the whole situation with the Wii U game store that got shut down in the last 6-7 months. Like a lot of those games that were available on the Wii U, and yeah, I get it, the Wii U is a terrible console, but there were some really good games on it. And so if you only bought the digital version of that game, that's it. You can't download those games anymore. If you have them on your physical Wii U, then you're fine. But if you if you hadn't downloaded them before, then you're screwed. You really are. Going to be backwards compatible with Game Boy Advance cartridges. Cartridges? I don't know about that, because Game Boy Advance, it's pretty old at this point. I imagine that it could be compatible with digital versions of those games, which makes sense. But as far as having like an actual physical slot for it, I don't see that happening. Because that slot is, at this point, that slot is old. That slot is very old. It's several generations old at this point. I do not see that happening at all. No. But yeah, like I was saying, that's my big concern. That's another reason why I don't like buying digital copies of some of the games, because again, Nintendo one day could just say, well, we're not going to support the games out of this store anymore. If you haven't downloaded it, sorry, but you can't download it anymore. Because that's what happens with a lot of these games. is you buy them, and again, if they decide to close up one of their digital stores, like what they did with the Wii U, it's like, well, what do you do now? I mean, you bought those games, right? You may have paid $60 for those games, in the digital format, but now that the Wii U store is gone, I mean, some people would argue, well, you played the game and you got your $60 worth. Well, I understand that, but I also understand the argument of we have been, at least my generation, has been conditioned that when you buy a game, especially in physical media, that you have that game basically forever. So, I still have the original Nintendo, the NES, the old gray box. I still have it. And it still works. And I still have tons of cartridges for it. And again, if I feel like playing, old school Super Mario Brothers, I can just break out the old NES, pop in the cartridge, and there you go. I can play. And that's an almost 40-year-old game at this point. So it's like, well, okay, that's fine. And some people say, oh, well, that's available on the digital eShop, and okay, that's good. I'm glad that it's available on the eShop. But when you really think about it from a time perspective, that's still fairly recently. And again, there's no guarantee that they're going to do that with other games that you may have. Sure, Super Mario Brothers, yeah, because that's a first party game. But what about some of the other games that are not first party that you could only get by buying them on the cartridge? What about all those games? And again, it's like, think of any game that you find in the Nintendo eShop that is not first party. It's made, what I mean by first party is it's made by Nintendo, basically. Think of some of the games that are out there that are not made by Nintendo, that are actually really good, but you bought it in a digital format. What happens to that game 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Chances are you're not going to be able to download it again at some point. Because they're going to eventually close up that little eShop and they're going to open a new one for whatever their newest console is, and that's it. And there's no guarantee that they carry over support for those games. Probably in the McDonald's training game. I actually heard about that game, the McDonald's training game. I've heard about it. I've never played it. I hear it's one of those like really rare cartridges, like it's really hard to find. But yeah, you get what I mean though. Because again, some cartridges, there's just plenty of them, so you don't really have to worry. Like again, you go to eBay and you look up original NES Super Mario Brothers. You'll find tons of cartridges on there. Tons of them. And that's good. I mean, because it was arguably one of the most popular video games in history. Same thing with Super Mario Bros. 3. That game is incredible. It's one of the most fun games I've ever played in my life. You can find those cartridges still on eBay for very affordable prices. You can probably find Super Mario Bros. 3, a used one, obviously. You could find it on eBay for probably like $10. And given that you have a player that actually plays the game, then you're fine. You're good. And yes, I know a game like Super Mario Bros. 3, or like the original Super Mario Bros., has been ported into the Switch digital shop. But again, that's based on the fact that it's a or was and still is a very popular game. What about games that aren't nearly as popular? There are a lot of really great games that were from the NES era that you just can't get anymore. Beam, dude, try to cluster all of your comments into like one single entry. Because whenever you go and you put like 3 or 4 words and you hit enter, 3 or 4 words and you hit enter, that really throws me off, man. It's almost as if, because okay, whenever I read chat, I always have a little voice in my head that kind of simulates what I imagine you would sound like in real life. And whenever I see you, clustering them like that in certain instances, it's like you keep pausing. It's like, when I was 6 years old. I thought it was really cool that you could. You see what I mean? You see how. Imagine somebody speaking to you in that way, and they're constantly just pausing and pausing and pausing, and you have to wait a few seconds, and they do that over and over and over, and it would drive you insane. So, how do me and Moni sound? Normal, like people. Yeah, oh my god. What do you want, you Tauroses? These stupid Tauroses keep trying to attack me and they can't. I mean, I'm not mad at you, Beam. It's fine. You can do that. It just, like I said, it just throws me off a little bit when you do that. Beam's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. I don't know why, but when I think about Moni, dude, it's fine, Beam. It's okay. Don't worry. When I think about Moni, for some reason, I always give him like a Scottish accent, even though I know he's Dutch. He sounds like Scotty from Star Trek. Oh, you see, I gotta go get the cheese. You got any whiskey with that cheese? And Dre, you have the Midwestern, the northern, how can I put it, the northern Midwestern accent, but the big city northern Midwestern accent, not the like the country sort of southern. Anyways, I heard your voice because of your music. Yeah, I did. And Beam just sounds like Beam is kind of like a robotic voice. Seriously, it sounds like a robot to me. What do you, God, these Tauroses! Go away, you stupid cows! What do you want? Look at this, they keep attacking me. Look, he's gonna charge me again. Go away! Look at that. That's the three Tauroses here are Moni, Dre, and Comrade. They keep charging. We can't get him working, go, man. Let's go. But anyways, let's get back to what we were originally talking about. Yes, we're gonna get the next iteration of the Switch, a new console, which I definitely would like to get. I hope the pricing stays about the same. Because based on what they give us, because I mean, Nintendo is just known for not making consoles that are not that powerful. They're just not. Which, I mean, has actually kind of worked for them, though, because even though, I mean, hell, look at this thing. This console is about as powerful as a mobile phone. Yet, some of the games on it, like this, sell tens of millions of copies. So they've proven that they don't have to, you know, go ham whenever they're, you know, making a console as far as, like, graphics and all that. They realize that people are still going to probably buy it because some of the games are just really fun. But I would still like to see a significant graphics upgrade whenever they... And we're going to get it. We are. But it's just a matter of how far they're going to go with it. I think they still want to make it very much a mobile chip. But at the same time, I think about stuff like the Steam Deck. Or even not the Steam Deck, but there's a new handheld by Asus. I forget exactly what it's called. But, again, just when you think about the Steam Deck is exceptionally powerful. It can play games like The Witcher 3. It can play games like Cyberpunk. Not on the highest settings, of course, but it can do it. And so you have to figure, well, if a company like Steam can make the Steam Deck and sell it to you for, you know, $300, you can get a Steam Deck for $300. The ROG Ally, thank you, that's what it's called. If Steam can make a product like that, you know Nintendo can make a product like that too. Their whole thing, I think, is they just want something that's going to have exceptional battery power because they want it to be very portable. They don't want you to have to worry about... Is that a shiny? Oh, no, it's not. They don't want you to have to... Oh, it's a Ditto! You stupid Ditto. They don't want you to have to worry about, you know, going somewhere for the day and having to take your charger with you. They don't want you to have to do that. And with the Switch, you generally don't. Unless it's an older Switch and the battery is starting to wear out, you know, that happens. But they don't want you to have to worry about that. They want you to be able to take a day trip out of town and take your portable with you and have it last all day. The Asus one is pretty good, but it's insanely overpriced. If you really think about it, it's not overpriced, given the hardware configuration. However, when compared to something like the Steam Deck, yes, it is overpriced. And the reason I say that is because Steam, and this is known all over, everybody already knows this, Steam takes a loss every time they sell a Steam Deck. Like, if you get like the base model Steam Deck, the one for $300, Steam loses money on that sale every single time. And that's kind of how it is with some other consoles too. Like with the PlayStation 5. Sony does not make money on the sale of the console. The whole idea is they get the console to you, and then they will make money on the back end whenever you go and you buy games. That's the whole idea. And it's true. Like, if you get a Steam Deck and you only pay $300, yeah, Steam loses, you know, say $100-$150 or whatever on the sale of the console, but they know you're going to go and buy extra games to play on it. And that's where they make their money. However, a company like Asus, which does not have its own game store, they can't afford to take that loss. And so that's why their unit is, for all intents and purposes, about the same as a Steam Deck. It is a little bit better. Spec-wise, it's slightly better than a Steam Deck, but that's why it's so much more expensive. Because Asus simply can't afford to take a loss on every single one, because then it's pointless for them. Because like I said, Steam has their Steam store. You're going to go buy games. They'll eventually make money off of you when you buy more games. Asus doesn't have that luxury. So that's why theirs is so much more expensive. That's why you could get a Nintendo Switch for $300. Because when the Switches first came out and you were paying $300, Nintendo didn't make any money on the sales of the Switches. They just didn't. But they knew you would buy the Pokemon games. They knew you would buy Legend of Zelda and the new Mario games and the new, you know, Switch sports packs and all that stuff. That's why they did it. Because they don't plan on making money on the actual console. At best, they break even, and I don't think they even do that. But they know you're going to, you know... If you didn't read my comments, there are a third and second McDonald's training game. Third and you mean a second and third? I'm sure there are. I actually recently watched a bit of a documentary. Well, I guess it's not really a documentary. It's more of like a... I don't know. I guess you could say it was a documentary. About the original Nintendo, where a guy was challenged by his friend to acquire every single original Nintendo NES game. He had to go and get every single one of them. And there was like, I forget how many exactly they said that there were, but there was several hundred of them. The Steam Deck is only 720p. Yes. Because that's all it needs to be. Because you have to consider the size of the screen. At that screen size, 720p is fine. It's fine. Yeah, unless the screen size gets significantly bigger, you're not going to really see much of a difference between 720 and 1080p. You're just not. You will see some, but not much. Not at that screen size. The only time that it would become an issue is if you dock it. If you dock it and you push it to a second screen or a second monitor where you've got like a 32-inch monitor or something, then you may notice it. But on a smaller screen like that, you're not going to notice. Because, I mean, it's similar to the Switch, because the Switch is not 1080p. The Switch is 720. But when you have it in handheld mode, you can hardly even tell, because the picture's so small, and so all the pixels are scrunched together like that. But as I was saying about the NES, yeah, it was like this documentary where this guy got challenged. He has to go and find the physical copy of every single one of the Nintendo games. But to make the challenge more interesting, he cannot use the internet to get them. Meaning that, in this sense, meaning he can't use websites like resale websites. He can't use eBay. He can't use Amazon. He can't use any of that. It has to be like in person. So that makes it a little more challenging, because obviously if you just wanted to get all the games, you could just go to like eBay and eventually find them all. But yeah, that was the challenge, and he undertook it, and it was a pretty interesting adventure. And what made it really neat was the fact that some of the games out there are like insanely rare, and some of them he had to end up dropping like a few $1,000s on some of those games. Kind of insane. I thought it was pretty interesting. It's a little bit older at this point. I think it came out in like 2014, so it's a little older. You can actually find it on YouTube, but it was still kind of interesting just to kind of see him go through the whole rigmarole of getting all the games. And that's how it reminded me that there are a lot of original NES games out there that you can get really cheap. Like if you go to a shop, that, especially in a big city here in the States, if you go to a game resale shop, like that's their whole thing, is just reselling games and stuff, you can get some original Nintendo games, the cartridge, the physical cartridge, in good working order for like $1 or $2. Now, of course, they're not the most popular games for the $1 or $2, but they're games, so you can get some of them. It kind of reminded me of those Tenga games that came out. I don't know if you all know what Tenga is, but there was a series of cartridges or games that came out on black cartridges. They're called the Tenga games. And those were actually third-party titles that were not authorized to be released on the original NES, but a company released them anyway. And then they got into a fight with Nintendo, and there was this whole thing about it. But anyways, there was a handful of them that came out in black cartridges, very distinctive black cartridges. And you can still find some of those Tenga games really cheap, and a couple of them are actually really fun games. Like there's one called Tenga Baseball. Excellent game. Great game. And you can get it, I think, for like $5 nowadays. Obviously, if you're used to playing stuff like this, or if you're used to playing on a computer, getting 165 frames per second like me, going back to a game like that is a little hard on the eyes, but it's still fine. There was this thing back in 2000s where McDonald's or Burger King made an event where if you won a gold toy... Okay, see, now I have to pause. You see what I mean by when you break it up into the little sentences like that? Now I have to pause and wait. Still waiting. I think you would get a Game Boy Advance, I think, cartridge or actual copy. A Game Boy Advance. Oh, well, the Game Boy Advance is a console, not a game. So already I'm confused. Find out in the next episode. We'll be right back after this message from our sponsors. Dun 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 dun. Hold on, I gotta go find that. Where's my... Let me bring up my soundboard. I gotta look that up. Hold on. What is the name of that? You know what I'm talking about? It's like the Dragon Ball Z "we'll be right back" sort of thing, where it just kind of cuts in and... Oh my god, I gotta look that up. Sorry. Let me see. Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z. We'll be right back. Okay, I can't find it here. That's too bad. And even then, I don't really want to play it because I don't know exactly what these sounds are, and they may say something funky. Well, here, we're gonna take a chance, and we're just gonna see what they do. Noise warning, just in case you have headphones on. I don't know exactly how loud some of these are going to be, because unfortunately, some of these sound effects, it's like You ever hear those goofy sound effects like on some videos, like on TikTok videos, where they completely overdrive the volume and it's like, ah, what were they thinking? You know, I don't get that whole thing, but sometimes they do that. Anyways, let me see what this says. Okay, yeah, that's not at all. Not at all what I was hoping it would be. Anyways, yeah. That's not it. Confused if they forget a Game Boy Advance cartridge, Game Boy Advance. That's Moni. Maybe it is. Oh, I like that noise. I'm gonna heart that. There we go. And the Mario jump noise. Okay. For the record, that was all one sound effect. They didn't break up those little sound effects into different buttons. It was just like press one button, you get everything. I remember a lot of those sound effects, but it just kind of goofy. They didn't separate them out. Okay, never mind. But actually, I need a drink. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. Why did you think the Dragon Ball Z thing was lost media? I don't know. You tell me. I've known about it. A Passimian to trade? Can anyone trade a Passimian? Do you actually need one? Because I'm right in the area where they spawn. I can probably just ride around here and find you one. If you really need one, I can get it real quick. Yeah, like I said, I know they're around here somewhere. They just spawn kind of randomly in this area. I just saw a whole group of... Oh, there we go. There's some Passimians. For Pokédex? Okay, sure, I'll catch one real quick. Hold on. Yeah, generally I only keep one copy of certain Pokemon that I just don't really use very much, or they're not all super popular. But yeah, you just happened to catch me in a spot where I knew they spawned, so we'll grab me one real quick. And we got some Passimian fur. Alright, let me go ahead and... Oop, don't touch me, little guys. Okay, let's do some Pokeportal stuff. Here, let me get you a trade code real quick. Let's see, we will make it 475522. So 475522. I'll give you a minute to get set up there. And you don't have to trade me anything special, just whatever you got. Doesn't matter. I had to go get a drink. My throat was already getting sore, and we hadn't even been on for an hour yet. Let's see. He should show up right over... Huh. Oh, there he is. Okay. I was like, where is he? A Doug trio. I actually have Alolan Doug trios if you need one of those too. Seriously, I've got several Alolan Digletts and Alolan Doug trios. And also all those Basculins I have there, they're Hisuian Basculin. So they can actually evolve into Basculegion if you evolve them right. Basculegion is not in Sword and Shield. There you go. You're all good. Alright, so I guess, are we going to actually do some raids? Do you all want to do raids? Let me know if you want to do raids, because we can go do raids. In fact, where is... I was actually heading over to this raid right here. Where is my 6-star raid? Oh, is this it right here? Yeah, I think this is it right here. Yeah, because the Rilliboom is... Isn't he a normal type? He's a normal type, right? So yeah, this is my 6-star. We can do the Rilliboom if y'all want. Like, if y'all still need it, we can go do it. We can do it like we did last week. What did we use last week? I think we used like Giratinas and some supporters. It was a very interesting team we got together, but it worked. Kind of to touch back on the next Nintendo console. If the next Nintendo console, and I know it won't be, but I have to say it anyway, if the next Nintendo console is at least as powerful as a base model Steam Deck, I will be so happy. I would be like, dude, I'm in. Oh my gosh, look at this thing. Okay, so that... Oh. Okay, so that's a Pinkerton. He's a water electric type. Or is he just electric? I don't remember. And he's grass. And grass does not... Oh. Grass doesn't like flying, but he has electric type moves, so that's going to hurt. Grass also does not like fire, but I think he also has water moves. That's not going to work. Let me see what it says. Let's run him through the... Let me see. Let's run him through the calculator. Oh, and he has a chance to give Mystica as well. So 6-star grass type. Okay, yeah, he does Zing Zap, Thunder, Surf, Poison Jab, Thunder Wave, Electric Terrain. Best counter abilities, Lightning Rod. Oh, absolutely. Motor Drive, Volt Absorb, Storm Drain is actually not terrible. Water Absorb, and Good as Gold. Let me see what the best counters. Clodsire, it says, is really, really good here. So is Gastrodon. Oh, that's right, because the Clodsire is poison. Yeah, he's poison and ground, but with the water absorb, he'll be... Oh! Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, Clodsire with water absorb would be insanely good. Because he would absorb the surf every single time, and then since he's also ground, none of the electric will do anything to him. So he's basically completely immune to everything this thing would do. Okay, so we're going to do Clodsire then. Do we have enough people? Are there enough of you here that actually want to do this? Because we'll do it. This is a very winnable... In fact, you know what I should probably do? Knowing that this guy is probably going to give Mystica, We can do an increased drop chance sandwich, can't we? Isn't that... Let me see. Hold on. Because if I can do that, I'll actually make a sandwich real quick, and I'll give us a chance to get even more of the Mysticas. Even though I generally don't really need the Mystica, I know some of you guys do. So let me see. Let's make a quick sandwich. Watch me go through all this and then nobody even shows up. Everybody's like, no, I don't want to do it. Let's see, and he's drop chance. Well, how would that work? The drop chance sandwiches, I've actually never made one, so I don't know how exactly they work. Would that be from his Terra type or from his original type? I don't even know how that works. Let me see, item drop power. Yeah, see, that's what I mean, item drop power. I imagine that would be for the Mysticas as well. But if he's grass... Yeah, I don't know how that works. I sincerely don't. I've never done it. I guess we're just going to take a chance then, huh? Item... See, because if he's electric, I can just make this banana sandwich and we're fine. Even that is a +1. You know, could be a little bit better. If you all know how these sandwiches work with the drop stuff, let me know. Drop power. Because let's see, what's the other one? It would be grass. Let me just go through grass, grass, grass. Oop, teensy power. Atom drop fire. I imagine Moni back there is just viciously typing away on his keyboard. Let me see if I can find this. Everybody's like, I don't know either, man. We've never done it. We're gonna figure it out. Let me see. Now I just gotta find grass. I'm gonna say it goes with the Terra type. How about that? Well, no. Let's do electric type, because I know he's electric. And I just saw electric here. Where was the banana sandwich, right? Where is the stupid banana sandwich? I just saw the darn thing. Where are you, bananas? There it is. Oh, it's a peanut butter banana sandwich. Okay. So, yeah, item drop power electric. Here, let's just do this. And it doesn't matter because it's just a few slices of banana. YouTube is being very weird to me right now. Like, my viewer count is going from like 2 to like 10 and then back down to 2 again and then back up to 10 again. It's like fluctuating so much right now. Raid power instead of drop power for extra item drops. Yeah, see, I thought raid power was if you just wanted to do, like, if you just wanted to be stronger against a particular Pokemon. I don't necessarily want to be stronger against it. I just wanted to drop more. I mean, because if it's raid power, I can just do that sandwich too. It's fine. So we want raid power. But okay, but even then, if it's raid power, am I basing that on its Terra type or on its original type? Because that's 2 different sandwiches. So that's my biggest question. Is I need to kind of figure that out. Hold on. Let me. In fact, I'm just going to look it up. Raid power is a sandwich boost that increases the number of rewards dropped from the Terra raids. That's what Google said, at least. Okay, does it tell you which type? Is it basing it on the Terra type, or is it basing it on the original type? That's my big question. And while I'm kind of thinking about that, look at all my shinies. I really like this shiny Garganacl. I like the color. It looks very, very desert-like. I love that. Colors are really neat. And then, of course, oh my god, when he's asleep, he looks awesome. The Iron Valiant, when he doesn't have... I mean, the pink is fine, but just the black and the silver is insane looking. Gotta love that. And, of course... Oh, does anybody want a shiny Venomoth? That little guy right there, the blue moth flying thingy? I get so many of those, and I know I definitely have at least one extra. And that shiny Arcanine, we actually got that for free like a month ago. Yeah, there was a code for it and everything. We got it for free. And then you just got the regular old Heracross. He's just like, yeah, I'm just chilling. I actually have a shiny Heracross in my bank. I just didn't feel like bringing it over. I was like, I'll just level another one. Yeah, this is, again, another ragtag group of guys I'm just leveling up. Let's see. Looks like typing does matter. Okay, yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking. So, is it the Terra type that we're focusing on with the sandwich, or is it the original type? Because, again, like I said, those are two different sandwiches. Okay, Scarlet, Violet. Let me just do. Let me see. After the okay. Also finding shiny Pokemon. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Make a double cheese Pokemon sandwich for Moni. Imagine it would be the Terra type, but I can't say. Yeah, see, that's. Well, that's what I'm checking right now because I don't know. It says how to farm Herba Mystica and Pokemon Scarlet Violet. Okay, so we found an article here. Let's see. Acquire Herba Mystica. Okay. It's hard to come by as its dropper smoothly low. Despite every 5-star rating above having the chance to drop an herb, players can spend hours completing raids. And a refined one that beats the Spiffo Terra raids, players can target reliably to farm and Terra raids. Okay, while players method requires beaten and okay, that's not it. Okay, so it just shows me a list of the various raids that have a chance to drop Mystica, but it doesn't say anything about sandwiches. Still guaranteed in each Terra, but for their increasing the odds players use. Raid Power Sandwich Recipe. Okay, so it looks like it's a Raid Power Sandwich. Let me see. Let me see. Shiny hunting meal powers and ingredients. Okay. Let me see. Just gonna move my character and make sure my Switch doesn't go to sleep. Okay, that's sparkling power. We don't want that. Let's see. Raid power. More rewards. Here we go. Raid power. More rewards from Terra battles. Title power. Sandwich recipes. Can be obtained at the sandwich shop. Sandwich recipes can be made discovered. Be sure to update. Okay. Okay, and then it has the entire list of every single recipe, all like 150 of them. And again, it never tells me which I actually need. Oh my god. This is so dumb. It doesn't this entire article, it doesn't tell me. Okay, here's a different article. Okay, here we go. It says, you can increase your odds of obtaining more Herba Mystica after beating a Terra raid by eating level 2 sandwiches that boost raid power. So level 1 and level 2, I guess, is it. Be sure to craft sandwiches whose raid power boosts matches the type of Pokemon you're battling in the raid. Again, it doesn't say the original type or the Terra type. How hard is it to... Oh. This is just so dumb. How hard is it to even just mention this? Terra types. 6-star raids. Egg power. Oh, here we go. Let me see. Just find sandwich ingredients again. Wow. All these articles, and none of them say which is which. None of them. It feels like that's a massive hole in the internet right there. Like, you'd think that somebody would have mentioned it, but nope. I guess I'm just gonna have to just go for this one. I forget, what sandwich power did I just make? Let's do another sandwich. Hold on. Alright, where's my stupid peanut butter sandwich? Okay. So not item drop, we want raid power. Okay. Raid power. Okay, see, raid power electric. So do I do that one, or do I do... I'm going to say grass. I'm just going to go with the Terra type. Let's just do Terra type. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's not like it's going to hurt either way. So I just got to find grass here now. Teensy power. Humunga power. Come on, raid power. Where are you? I'm going through each of these darn things. I wish there was an easier way to search through this stuff. For as many neat things as they do in these games, they do some really... They overlook some really obvious quality of life things, like being able to search in this. That's why I have the little hearts, because I've just been having to save the ones that I know I have to go back to. Ground... And even then, I don't always remember which ones I have to go to again. More rock. More rock. It is Dre's fault. Raid power dragon. Raid power fairy. And another thing is that I'm a little worried that the sandwich that I have to use here, or that I have to make, is going to be a pain in the butt to make. Raid power dark. Raid power normal, ground, ground. Raid power water. Of course, the grass is going to be the last one. Raid power electric. Water. Come on, where are you? Power ghost. Feels like it's always like this. It's always the very last sandwich in the entire thing, right? And the lower down you go in the list, the more complex these sandwiches are. And after a while, I just don't even try to make some of these sandwiches because they're so stupid. Flying, normal. Oh my god. How is grass not even... Ghost, psychic... Dark again. Dragon again. Fire. Where is grass? Psychic. There's not going to be a grass, is there? Raid power fighting. Normal. Are you kidding me? There's no grass. There's no raid power grass. So I basically went through all of those, and there's no raid power grass. Which means that I can only buy it in one of the little stores. Like, I have to go actually buy the meal. That is so dumb. Why would you give me 150 something sandwiches and not have grass? 4 eggs, 3 peppers, 1 yogurt, 1 potato tortilla. I don't have a potato tortilla, dude. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, you're starting to mention stuff that I have. I don't even want a level 2. I just want level 1. Who would have thought that it would have been this much of a pain in the butt just to find this? It's so dumb. Spending 20 minutes just trying to figure out what the best sandwich is. Yeah, I imagine I'm just going to have to go buy it. Level 1 is 1 chili sauce and 1 potato tortilla. Okay, well, let's do this. I know I have potato tortilla. 3 chili sauce, not 1. Okay. So it's a spicy one. Here, I'm just going to say I'm making this, but I'm going to make my own. Actually, no. Hold on. Back up. Creative mode. Let's just do that. Okay, so potato tortilla. So, okay, you said... Oh, the chili sauces come later. Okay. I've never even... Oh, there it is. Potato tortilla. Okay, good. So one of these... I've never actually used one of these before. And then... Hold on. Next. And then you said 3 chili sauce. Okay. Are you serious? 4? What? 4 potato tortilla? 4 of them? That seems excessive. I think you're screwing with me, man. Okay. This is such a pain in the butt. The site's a mess. It feels like all of those sites are kind of a mess, right? Like nothing is ever really in just one particular spot. You have to jump around all over the place. Okay, so we got 4 of those. That seems a lot. Yeah, that really does seem like a lot. It's fine. We'll do it. Okay, and chili sauce. We have 3 chili sauces. Okay. My god, this sandwich is gonna look insane. This is so dumb. Look at the size of this thing. Bonk. I'm gonna have to stack them. This thing is so goofy that these may accidentally fall off. You would not eat this in real life. I don't think anybody should, unless you feel like pooping red sauce for like the next 3 days. But then again, some red sauces can be mild, but still, it's just like, come on. I mean, this is such a stupid sandwich. Okay. This is so dumb. Look at this thing. It's basically bread with more bread and then topped with bread. That's all it is. Because you can make like potato bread, that's what the potato tortillas are. And then you can have like regular traditional bread with potato. Anyway. Okay, apparently we like it. Let me see what our powers are. Hold on. What do we got? Raid power grass. Okay. So we did get the raid power in it, at least. Everybody has Tabasco breath now. Okay, let's go. Let's get out of here. Oh my god, it's such a task to go through all that. Ugh. Again, you would think there has to be a better way to do it. Oh my god, what is this? Oh. I saw him there and he was like flopping around. I was like, oh, he can't get out. What's going on there? Okay, we're gonna try this again. Here we go. Oh, that's right. I was gonna use Clodsire. I just gotta find Clodsire now. I have 2 of them, so I need to make sure I take the right one. Wonder if there's just a shop where you can buy it instead. It probably is. I'm pretty sure there is. Because that's another thing that I was looking at. I think it was not last night, but the night before, where certain powers, it's just easier just to go and buy them instead of making the stupid sandwich. Because again, some of the sandwiches are dumb. Like, there's one that takes 3 bacon. And the bacons aren't like a slice of bacon. It's a giant slab of bacon. It's like, really? Who's going to put that on a sandwich besides an American? Let's see, Claude Sire. Okay, I think this is the one I want to take. Actually, hold on. Is it? Is this the one with Storm Drain? Shell Bell. Water Absorb. Okay, this is the one. So Sludge Wave and Poison Jab. Okay, so this is the one we want to do. Alright, here we go. We're gonna get like one other person who wants to jump in here with me. Watch, there's like one person who's been waiting all this time, like, just get in here, man! So tired of waiting. I don't even care about the Mystica anymore. It makes me wonder if you could still get the same effect by doing just one chili sauce and one potato tortilla. Really does, because it's the same ingredients, and the effects that you get from the sandwiches are usually based off of just a single serving of that. So I wonder if I could have just used 1 and 1. Moni, get your game back. Dude, his game is long gone. He sold that thing like 6 months ago. He's like, I'm done. I imagine if he's going to get... I mean, at this point, it's kind of not even worth buying a Switch. It's really not. Unless there's a game that's out like right now that you want to play right now, makes no sense to get a Switch. Unless you get it used. If you get like a used one for, you know, like $200, I guess it's fine. And the one that I'm referring to for that $200 would be the one like that I have. Not the little, not the lesser one. I guess the one where the little controllers don't come off. What is that one called? I just don't even know. But yeah, I imagine you can probably get those. They're going to start discounting these consoles pretty soon, just to get them out. Not for a little while, not this holiday season, but probably once we get closer and closer to the release date of the next one. The Switch Lite. Thank you. It's a Switch Lite. Yeah, I never even considered getting a Switch Lite. I actually do still sometimes take the little controllers off of my Switch, and I'll just use those instead of the regular controller. Because the thing about the controller is you have to keep your hands, you know, relatively close together. Whereas if you take the controllers off of the Switch itself, your hands can be like, you know, on different sides of the body if you want them to be. It's fine. Maybe not even going to buy the Pro. Depends on how much value it has. Well, it's going to have certain amounts of value when it comes out, obviously. Yeah, see, this is what I was worried about. I went through all that trouble, got the sandwich and everything, and now nobody's joining. Everybody's like, no, I don't want to get in. I don't want to do it. The only good thing is that once the new version of the Switch comes out, then some people are going to just get rid of their current Switch. So there's a good chance you could probably get a Switch Lite at that point for like $100. A used one. The raid has been abandoned! Oh no. I really do hope that the specs are good. I really want it to be. Because, I mean, if you really look at Nintendo's history, especially the last 20, 25 years, that's been their Achilles heel. Is every single time they release a new console, it's... I mean, yeah, it lags behind the PlayStation and the Xbox power wise, but and that's fine. It doesn't have to be at the top of the pack, but at least get a little close. At least try a little bit. They don't even try. I mean, because again, look at when this came out. This was around when the PlayStation 4 was out. And the PlayStation 4 was miles ahead of this thing. I mean, this thing is, like I said, this Switch uses a mobile chip. A mobile chip. And again, I understand why they did it, but at some point you got to say, okay, let's give them a little more, of the graphics. I do like a game that looks pretty. It doesn't have to look amazing, but at least make it look all right. Seriously, if you think about it, look at all the popular Nintendo games, especially the first-party ones, like all the Pokemon games, the Zelda games too, especially. You'll notice the art style, the way that it looks, that visual look, is very similar. And that's because that visual look is very easy to pull off with the hardware that the Switch has. That's why they keep reusing it. Because it has a certain appeal to it. Some people like it. I think it actually looks kind of trash, but I mean, it's not horrible. I've seen worse. But there you go. That's why you sold your Switch so early. When the new Switch comes out, the current one will tank in price on the used market. Well, see, that's the thing, though. It depends on how you really look at that. Because, like me, I'm keeping my Switch. Once it is no longer the current console, I'm still keeping it. Because the value of that Switch, yes, it's going to tank for the next few years because it'll be considered old. But eventually, that price will start creeping up again. Not only that, but it's nice to be able to go back to that old console and play some of those old games. Like, you can still find original PlayStation 2s, like the big old fat ones. I still have the big old fat one. I didn't ever get the PlayStation Slim or whatever the I guess the kind of refreshed one was. I always had the big giant fat one. And those big giant fat ones, they've been going up in value. Because not only do people actually still go back and play a lot of the games on that system, but, and this is something a little kind of on the side there, is that those original fat PlayStations are very moddable. Like, very moddable. You could stick a hard drive in there. You could stick a modern day hard drive, an SSD, into those machines, and they work amazingly well like that. You can literally take almost every single PlayStation 2 game, load it up on like a 4 terabyte SSD, and play it just like that. And it works flawlessly. The load times are amazing. And it still plays like the original PlayStation 2. It'll take a while before it's considered a vintage console. Well, yeah, that's the whole idea. Yeah, vintage takes a little while, man. But believe me, as someone who is definitely older than both of you, I think I'm older than Dre. I don't know. Dre's kind of old. But but someone who's older, those years will go by much faster than you think. I'm just going to do this by myself since you guys are not wanting to join none. The years will go by, believe me. Before you know it, you're going to be like, wow, man, I'm not a kid anymore. You're going to be my age, and you're going to be looking outside when it's summertime, and you're going to still have that mindset of, oh, hey, it's summer, no school. But then you're going to realize, oh, I'm this old, it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, because remember when we were all kids? When you were like 10 years old, you're like, yay, it's summer! And you get all that time off and always so happy about it. And then now it's like, now it doesn't matter. Because as adults, we still have to get up and, go to work and pay our bills. And yeah, we don't get summer vacation. Unless you're a teacher. Let me get my poison jab off, dang it. Darn, I should have actually picked one that tear it into ground and not poison. Because if I tear it into poison... Oh wait, hold on, this one... Oh, this does tear it into ground. Okay, that's fine. I guess I'll do that, doesn't matter. Because I still have water absorb. So his water moves will still be useless, and as a full ground, I'll still be completely immune to all his electric moves. But yeah, man, I miss those days where it was like the last day. Remember? I don't know if you all remember. Well, I'm sure you do. But like the last day of school, it was almost like, at least for me, the last day of school was almost like, oh wow, okay, it's like a party day where there really isn't anybody doing any real work and everybody's just kind of finishing things up. It's like you're finishing up your last assignment and that's about it. But like the last day is always like pizza party time and you know, maybe if you had yearbooks or something, y'all would get the yearbook signed and all that stuff. That's how it was back in the day. Can you imagine if we did that as adults? Go to work and have a yearbook. I think that's something we should do, man. If you work in an office, we need a yearbook. Yeah, but that guy Todd was only here for like 2 months and then he quit. I don't care, he's in the yearbook. How would that even work? Would we legally be able to do that? I mean, because they have stuff like the employee's handbook or anything or stuff like that, you know? How would that work with with the yearbook stuff? I think that'd be pretty funny. Oh my god, my team is not helping me at all. Yeah, I'm barely doing any damage to this little guy. Last day at Rosa Parks Middle School, we took big water guns and ran around wetting the teachers. Oh, that can be a sign of abuse. Everybody go find that one really hot teacher and be happy that she's wearing a white t-shirt that day. Miss Jackson! Miss Jackson, over here! What do you want, Andre? Squirt time! Oh, Andre, stop it! You're getting my shirt wet. Andre's like, that's the idea. You know you'd do it, Dre. I wouldn't do it, but I think you would. Just because it's funny. Oh my god, stop resetting the... Here, Sludge Wave. Go there. Miss Brown was so fine, thick and pretty. I didn't have very many attractive teachers. The only attractive teacher that I remember was Miss Garst. She was hot in a dorky sort of way, like the hot nerd, kind of like that. And she was fairly young too. This was when I was in high school, and she was fairly young. Oh man, I'm about to die. But yeah, she was pretty young. I think she was. Gosh, I was probably about 17, and she, I want to say, was probably like 28 or so. So she was pretty young. But yeah, that was the only hot teacher, I guess. All my other teachers were just kind of eh. They were teachers. You know, if I had a teammate, I probably would have already won this match. The biggest problem I have is that this Clodsire just doesn't hit that hard, and he's not healing very much. Okay, now that I'm not poisoned, it's a little better. Gotta get that stupid shield off. Once I get the shield off him, I think we'll be fine. Come on, take the shield off already. Did Hammer get his refund yet? I don't know. I asked him a couple weeks ago. He didn't say anything. I hope he did. Cause that's several $100s, man. Like I said, eBay is usually pretty good about that sort of stuff. He actually mentioned, I asked him about his job again, and he was like, "Oh yeah, we're fine. I'm not getting fired." I was like, "Oh, okay. That's good." I think the biggest issue that he's having is that I don't think he has a car. I don't think he drives. In fact, I'm pretty sure he doesn't drive, which is fine. But you always have that issue of, well, how am I going to get to work and that sort of thing. Yeah, and I actually asked him about the public transportation in his area. He says it's not very good, so that sucks. This has been a long match. I'm gonna use the entire timer. Come on, let me get my last shot off here. There we go. Moni and MC to make those chocolate cheese cookies. What are you talking about? What? Okay, if this again gives me like 8 Mystica, I'm gonna be like, okay, it was worth it. I'm actually gonna catch it, just to trade it. I've never tried chocolate and cheese. That just doesn't seem like it would go well together. Two very different flavors, two very different textures. And I know there's a lot of different cheeses out there, but still, I can't imagine a cheese with... Nah. Special, blue cheese version. Yeah, no Mysticas. We did get a bottle cap, though. So all that to get a sandwich that did not pay off. Lots of muscle feathers. A bottle cap, I guess. Pretty quiet stream. Yeah, fairly quiet. I've seen people coming in and out, but yeah. It's getting toward the end of summer too, so some of our regulars maybe are getting ready to head back to school. Maybe they're actually on real vacation now where they actually go somewhere with their families. And I don't want to do that guy. Let's go check out this fire. I know it's not going to happen, but I actually am hoping that we get into the cooler months here pretty darn fast, because I'm getting really sick of the heat here. Plus, I thought about going back and doing the VTuber thing, because I still have the software and everything. But again, another big reason to not do it is it just gets so damn hot in here. Like right here at my desk right now, it's 80 degrees. Which is not comfortable. I mean, it's tolerable, but it's not comfortable. And that's, again, that's with my AC on and running. And I actually filed a maintenance request to my apartment complex. I'm like, yeah, I understand it's really hot outside, but yeah, this AC just is not cutting it. And this is the first summer that I've actually had a major problem like this. Like, every summer it gets a little warm in here, but this summer is exceptionally bad. Because again, I think I mentioned it in Discord, my electric bill, no joke, was $300. That is insane. And even with paying $300, it still gets very, very warm in my apartment. That just goes to show my AC is basically on nonstop all the time. It's just like, okay, maybe there's something up with the AC. Maybe I'll need to fill up the Freon on it, you know, change something out. Because I know the unit's old, but it obviously takes time to actually get a whole new unit up there and working, so. But I hope that at least, you know, refill the Freon or something. Because it's just so damn hot, man. It's like unbearably hot. And some days I've actually made it a point to where I'm kind of switching around my hours again, where I will purposely turn almost everything off in the apartment. Like everything. Computer, monitors, everything off. And I'll just have the AC running. And that will be what I do between the hours of like 2 o'clock and 7 o'clock. So there's a 5-hour window where I purposely don't have other stuff on just to try to keep the temperature down. But even that doesn't work. It doesn't help. But the good thing, I guess, is that I am using less power, but it doesn't matter because the AC is constantly on, so it's like a wash. How is your new toilet? It's actually a really good toilet. It really is. It's tall. I don't understand. I guess maybe because the apartment complex did it for every unit. And like I said, we don't have a ton of units here, but we've got a decent amount. We have like maybe like 80 something units. I forget the actual number. But I'm guessing they got like a group deal. And they bought a whole bunch of toilets. And all of the toilets are tall. They're all the same model and everything. But it's compared to the last toilet I had, which I guess was just like an average toilet, this one's tall. Like it sits up much higher. Like a good 4 or 5 inches higher. It's very noticeable. It's definitely more economical. Because before it would take like maybe a good 8 seconds for it to go through like the whole flushing process. This one, it's done in like a second. It just goes and that's it, it's done. So it's fine. I actually like it. I'm glad they did it. They also changed out the shower head too. Which I'm having to get used to. Because I generally like, when I'm taking a shower, I generally like having a stronger stream of water. This one just kind of I don't want to say lightly sprays it out, but it's definitely not as much pressure as the old one was. So I'm having to get used to it. What was I looking for in here? Oh, right. Oh, a ghost. Okay. So yeah, I'm having to get used to it. I'll put the open challenge there for like a minute. And if nobody else jumps in, then I'm just going to go and do it. I don't mind soloing these. It's fine, but yeah, toilet's fine. They also changed out the little spouts on my sinks. I guess to make them more efficient. So we use less water, which I'm fine with. It's actually fine. I think the better thing that they could have done, but I kind of figured they wouldn't do this too because this would be even more expensive for them. I would like a whole new sink in my kitchen because my sink is old. It works, but it's ugly, and it needs to be either completely renewed or just replaced. My last shower was March 6th. Oh my god. No, your last bath was not March 6th. From March 6th until now, you sweat so much that it was like your sweat gave you a bath. I couldn't do that. I don't get people that do that. Like, I have to have a bath like every day. I have to. Because, well, I guess it's also because of where I live. Like I know people in Alaska. We mentioned this before, like a year ago. People that live in Alaska, especially during the winters, they'll go like a week between baths, and that works for them because one, it's really really cold up there during the winter, and two, hot water is kind of a luxury item for them. So yeah, that's why they only bathe once a week. But here, especially during the summers, oh yeah, gotta take a bath at least once every day. If anything, just to get the oil off your skin. Well, that's another thing I do. Like during the day, like at least twice a day between the time that I have a bath, I'll just go into the bathroom and I'll like wash my face. I get a little soap and get all the oils and stuff off because the oils build up and all that. Especially when it's warm, you know, you don't necessarily sweat, but it's still, you know, your body's having to adjust to the heat and all that sort of thing. And so a lot of oil tends to build up on, at least on my skin, and so that's why I go and I wash my face and stuff. What am I eating for dinner today? I haven't even thought of that. I haven't even thought of lunch, much less dinner. I have no clue. I guess we're soloing this. Yeah, I haven't even thought of dinner. I'm not even hungry right now at all, so I have no clue. Strangely enough, last night, I was on Twitter and somebody posted a picture of just like the most basic chicken and rice, and I was like, "Ooh, that looks good." Like small little chunks of chicken that were just like stuck like in the oven and just baked. They didn't even have any like salt or pepper or anything on it. It was just chicken. And again, same thing with the rice. There was no salt, pepper, butter, nothing, just rice. I was like, that actually looks pretty good. Oh, really? You're going to immediately taunt me? Ah, that stinks. Well, I guess we're shadow punching. You might get Chinese food. I would get Chinese food, but it's just that everything is so expensive nowadays. I have to be very, very particular about the times when I go out to eat or when I get takeout. Especially when I'm getting electric bills for $300. It's like, Jesus, man. Yeah, as soon as I saw that bill, I'm like, oh, I guess I'm not eating out this month. Because that money's going to come from somewhere. Could go for some schnitzel. What is schnitzel? I've heard people talk about schnitzel. I don't know what that is. Does that have something to do with like wieners? That sounds weird, but I'm being serious. What is schnitzel? I don't know what that is. Is that like some sort of like Jewish food, or I sincerely don't know what it is. I don't know. You gotta educate me. What's with the eyes, Dre? He's like, I don't know what schnitzel is. I don't! And I'm a little busy right now, so I can't exactly look it up. A schnitzel is a thin slice of meat. The meat is usually thinned by pounding with a meat tenderizer. Most commonly, the meat is breaded before frying. Oh. Huh. Huh. I can't think of a time that I've ever seen that. So maybe, I mean, thin slice of meat. Yeah, I can't think of a time I've ever had something like that. So yeah, I guess it's safe to say I've never had schnitzel. Yeah, we're too close to Mexico to have stuff like that down here. Here in Mexico, we just it's either we eat an entire cow or we don't eat at all. Seriously, like so many Mexican dishes call for beef. I mean, there are some Mexican dishes you can make with chicken, but so many of them call for beef and beans. Beans, rice, beef, some chicken, and lots of bread. I'm telling you, Moni, if you ever came down here to South Texas, dude, if you were here for like a month, you'd gain like 20 pounds. Because the food here is, I mean, I'm talking about like restaurants, like mom and pop restaurants. Food here is so darn good, but it's so darn heavy. Like if you went for a meal, I imagine that if you went for a meal down here, you would eat and then you'd be like, dude, I can't eat for like the next 3 days. Why not? It's so heavy. And the next day, hey, we're gonna go eat, and you're like, ugh. I'm like, come on, man. I want to eat it, but I can't. I'm so full. You want some good chili and crackers? It's summertime, man. You can't have no chili in the summer. Chili is like a winter dish, at least for me. Love making chili in the winter. Same thing with beef stew. I'm waiting for it to get much cooler. Like, once we hit, like, October, hopefully the temperatures are much cooler by then. I'll start making, like, chilies and stews and stuff like that. That's when you make them. Same thing with soups. I love soup, but it's just too darn hot to eat soup. Like, who eats soup? Who eats a hot bowl of soup when it's 100 degrees outside? You just don't want to do that, man, unless you like torture. Unless you like sweating. Same thing with spicy food. I've purposely stopped eating a lot of spicier food because it's just so hot. You know what the weird thing is I know a lot of people like to eat chili with crackers like saltines, like your regular old saltine crackers. I actually like chili with butter crackers. Do you know what I mean by butter crackers? Like those club crackers? The ones that you usually get with like salads and stuff? I like chili with those. What if that person's sick and needs soup? Soup is not a medication. Yeah, soup is not a medication. Let's see, a dragon Terra type. So it doesn't like ice, doesn't like other dragons, and doesn't like fairy. Yeah, I never get people that are just like, oh, you're sick, you got a cold, have soup. The whole idea with soup is that soup is a broth and it's salty. So it keeps your electrolytes balanced. That was the whole idea of having the soup. That's why people would recommend it. So you don't necessarily have to have it. You just have to, you know, monitor your intake of water and stuff like that and your electrolyte level. So yeah, that's pretty much the whole idea behind soup. I know you can eat some soup cold, but I have always had hot soup. Like, cold soup to me just doesn't taste right. I think. And we have a... Oh, he's a bug type. I don't want to bring Gardevoir. I don't have many... Yeah, I don't really have a strong dragon type. What kind of monster eats soup cold? There are certain types, I forget exactly what kind they are, but I have heard of some soups that are meant to be eaten cold. I believe they're mostly vegetable-based soups, so it kind of makes sense. Let's see, which soup can be eaten cold? Here we go. 9 best cold soup recipes. Yeah, most of these are going to be like vegetable based. Let's see. Yeah, tomatoey cold soups. Yeah, you can have like certain tomato soups. Gazpacho. There you go. That's a very famous type of soup that you can eat cold. Let's see. Green gazpacho. Watermelon gazpacho. Okay, is that a soup? Oh, okay. It says it isn't sweet. Okay, it just happens to have water. Okay. Roasted tomato gazpacho. Chilled cucumber soup. I have never heard of that, but it makes sense that it exists. Let me see. Carrot coconut soup. Yeah, none of these look very appealing to me. Basil zucchini. Okay, that one actually makes sense. I imagine the basil would actually go really good with that. Okay, that makes sense, but I still just don't like cold soup. So lots of gazpachos apparently, and then again mostly vegetable-based soups. Nothing with the actual like beef broth or chicken broth or anything like that. I imagine all the ones with like chicken or beef broth, those are the ones you're going to eat hot. My friend eat raw noodles straight out of the pack. Do you mean ramen noodles? I've known people who do that too. They just open the pack and they just start chomping on them like that. I can't do that. I've tried it. I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. So again, a dragon type. Grimmsnarl. Oh, that's a level 50. Maybe Zacian. I think Zacian could probably do well here. Oh, wait, again, he's a fairy. Oh, no. He'll be fine. Okay, yeah. I was thinking bug, but okay, yeah, should be fine. Fairy, because fairy doesn't like steel and poison. I think we'll be okay, yeah. I think we should be able to do that. Cold tea. Oh, yeah. Iced tea down here is big. Like, that's a huge thing here in Texas. Iced tea. The one kind of iced tea that I absolutely do not like at all is iced tea when people add lemon to it. It just tastes so bad to me. It's horrible. Like, I remember when I was a kid, my grandma that I lived with, which was my mom's mother, she made just regular old iced tea and wouldn't add anything to it or anything. It was just like tea, and then she put a little bit of sugar, and that's about it. And that tasted great. Tasted fine. But then I would go to my other grandparents' house, my father's parents, and they always made tea with lemon in it. And it was so disgusting. It's like I couldn't drink it. And I remember my mother asked me once after we had left, she's like, you never drink the tea they give you? And I'm like, no, they put lemon in it. It's gross. And she's like, oh, you don't like the lemon? I'm like, yeah, I will not drink that. It's gross. It's so nasty. But yeah, just regular iced tea, fine. Put the lemon in it, forget it. You can keep that. I do not like that. An entire lemon or just a couple of drips? Well, when they would make their tea, they don't make it by the cup. They would make it like by the gallon. So it was like a huge container of tea, and then they would usually like cut up a couple of lemons and squeeze them in there, and sometimes they'd just put like lemon slices in it. And a lot of people like that. Like down here, again in Texas, a lot of people will drink their tea that way. I just personally don't like that. It just does not taste good to me. Yeah, for me, the tea combined with the lemon just tastes really odd. Like I can have like a glass of water with a little bit like a slice of lemon. Like some people will drink that too. I'm okay with that. It's not my favorite thing to drink, but I can understand why some people drink it. I would rather have just plain water. But I've seen people have, the little lemon slice or something. But yeah, when it comes to to certain things. I'm just kind of like the less is more kind of person. I've always been like that too. Pretty much with anything that I eat or drink, I'm always less is more. Like I've seen people who make all those weird drinks and stuff like at Starbucks, and I'm just like, dude, just order coffee. They're like, no, I want like a cappuccino with 2 shots of whatever, and extra foam, and non-fat skim milk, and hazelnut powder, and a dead dog. And I'm just like, dude, just order coffee. It's all the same thing. Who cares? You're drinking it just to wake up. God. I can't think of anything that I really eat or drink that is considered an acquired taste. There are certain flavors that I do favor. Like, I enjoy a sour and bitter stuff more. Like, I'm the kind of person that can take, like not even a dill pickle, like a sour pickle, and just take it and just chomp on it and just eat it. I used to do that in front of my ex-wife, and she'd be like, how do you do that? And I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, you're just eating a sour pickle? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, you don't think it's good? She's like, no. She couldn't understand how I would do that. I mean, she didn't mind sour pickles either, but it's just she'd never really seen somebody that would just get a sour pickle like out of the jar and just start munching on it. Or like a lemon. I would eat lemons. That's another thing. I love lemons with salt. I can't have them too much because they're super acidic, and they will destroy your teeth if you eat them too often. But yeah. The stream cut off for a minute? Oh, I did have some dropped frames. I think that was Dre's fault. You eat an entire lemon? Well, not the rind. I'll take the rind off. Like, have you ever seen where you peel like an orange? And you peel the orange entirely, and then you can like break it up into little slices, and then you can eat it like that? I eat lemons like that. Like, I will peel the lemon like it's an orange, and then I'll either just eat the lemon slices on their own, or I'll put a little salt on them and I'll eat that. The only problem that I run into is a lot of lemons that we get down here have a lot of seeds. And so I can't just go and stick the whole thing in my mouth and chomp away, otherwise I'm going to be crunching on a bunch of seeds. So what I'll end up having to do is I'll actually bite the seeds out and just spit them like out onto a plate or something, and then I'll eat the slice. But yeah, I will straight up just eat lemons. They're delicious. What did you do to me? Are you confusing me? Or you're burning me? Yes, pickles are delicious. There are some pickles that I will not eat. I will not eat a spicy pickle. Like I've seen people that will have pickles that have been brined in like jalapeno stuff and all that, and I won't eat that. I also won't eat the bread and butter pickles. I don't like those either because they taste oily to me, which makes sense. But yeah, I do not like bread and butter pickles. I like a good dill pickle or a good sour pickle. Sweet pickles I also will not eat. I won't eat sweet relish either. I will eat dill relish. Dill relish is delicious. On hot dogs, I'm not a big hot dog fan. But if I do have a hot dog, it's got to have like chili, it's got to have cheese, it's got to have dill relish, and some mustard on it. That's a good hot dog. I mean, heck, that's a good hamburger too. Dragon fruit or yellow watermelon before. I'm not a big fan of those. They're fine. I'm just not a huge fan. I prefer regular old traditional red watermelon. Come on, let me get my thingy off here. How many different kinds of pickles are there? Dude, you can... The thing about pickles is you can pickle almost anything. And it's a pickle. You can pickle carrots. Seriously, you can pickle carrots. And they're actually not terrible. They're, like, I've had them. They're okay. Not my favorite thing. Like, I enjoy a good carrot, like a regular old carrot, and I enjoy a pickle. I do not enjoy a pickled carrot, though. But yeah, you can pickle all sorts of... Because remember, the pickling process is mostly about preservation. Because when you pickle something, you can basically leave it in the jar for years, and it's fine. That's the whole idea of pickling something, is longevity. So, like, whenever people would, you know, back in the day, they don't necessarily have to... Oh my gosh, I might die. They don't necessarily do it anymore for this reason, but yeah, back in the day, people used to pickle stuff simply so they would have food through the winter. They do the same thing with honey. Honey lasts pretty much forever. Oh, please don't die. Oh my gosh. I'm going to barely make it here. Okay, do not miss this. Oh my god, I forgot he's confused. No! No! Okay, he's going to get it. Yes. Okay. But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff you can pickle. Like I said, because obviously a regular pickle is a pickled cucumber. You can pickle jalapenos. You can pickle carrots. You can pickle apples. Not that you would really want to, but you can. You can pickle pig's feet. You can pickle all sorts of stuff. Nuts or seeds. You don't generally have to pickle nuts or seeds because they as long as they aren't attacked by critters like rats and mice and stuff, the seeds will keep. The seeds are usually fine. As long as you stick them in a good jar, they're usually fine. Hey, a bottle cap. Getting lots of bottle caps today. Hondu berry, PP up. Could use the PP up. We're gonna go look up pickles now. See, different types of pickles. Excuse me. Oh, I've never seen this in watermelon rind pickles. I have never seen that. Gherkins, yeah, I've seen those. Zucchini pickles, that's just another squash, it's fine. Candied dill, Polish pickles. Cinnamon pickles. Oh, these are just different flavors. No, I want actual different things that are pickled. Preserved lemons. I thought well, okay, it makes sense. I was thinking for a second, what about that lemons are so acidic they probably would last a long time on their own, but I know the rinds can go bad, so that makes sense. Pickled beets. There you go. I've heard of pickled beets. I've never tried those. Let me see. Pickled peppers. Yeah, various peppers can be pickled. Let me see. The watermelon rind had me kind of wondering what the heck this was. Mango pickles. Wow, okay. Let me see if they have any others here. No, go away. Dill pickles. Okay, these are just different flavors of pickles. Sour German pickles. What is this? Handful of foods that come to mind when we think of German cuisine. Sauerkraut, bratwurst, schnitzel, and mustard. Okay. German pickles are called Senkgurken, which translates to mustard pickle. Oh, I bet those taste awesome. Oh, mustard pickle. Different from common American ones like dill pickles and rather be fermented whole. The cucumber. Oh, okay. So a German pickle is basically the same thing as an American pickle, but they basically peel the skin off of them. Okay, so it's the same thing. They're cucumbers. They just take the skin off. That's the only difference. Yeah, whereas here in the States, we have the skin on them. And I'm sure that other places in the world do the same thing. Okay, so not much of a huge difference. Hungarian pickles, again, that's just a different flavor. Hot pickles, another different flavor. Oh, you can pickle eggs. Yeah, that's another thing. You can actually pickle eggs. Didn't even think about that, but yeah. I've never had pickled eggs. They actually look kind of gross, but you can pickle eggs. This is weird. I'm seeing this here again. Cinnamon pickles. Another unusual food. Cinnamon and pickles weirder than kool-aid and pickles. Similar pickles that taste sweet. Okay, so it's the same thing. It's just a different flavor. Candied pickles. Oh my god. Okay, that's just asking for trouble. Let me see. Which foods can be pickled? Oh wow, there's even an article here. How to pickle basically everything. Yeah, it goes. Yeah, basically you start with the base, and then adds a little zing, place spot. Okay. Well, it doesn't really say. It doesn't give a list of different. Oh, here we go. What are the top 10 foods to pickle? Watermelon rinds, beets, jalapenos, onions, asparagus, green tomatoes, mangoes, eggs. I still think the eggs look disgusting. Strawberries, avocados. Let me see. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's definitely a good assortment of different stuff to pickle. Oh, here's another one. 40 foods you can pickle. Again, pickle. Oh, well. Again, these aren't necessarily naming different foods that are pickled, but just different types of... Well, it's kind of a mesh between the two. Pickled, oh, pickled coleslaw. Okay. Pickled okra. Okay, that I've heard of that. Making pickled eggs. It takes time to make to pickle something. Yeah, you can't just go and make it. It takes time to actually go through the process. And it is a process. It really is. I've seen a show, no joke, where the guy went through the entire process of pickling certain foods. And the things that he chose were cucumbers, which is the most popular thing, and then he also did carrots. That's how I knew you could do carrots. Oh, pickled green beans. There you go. Pickled ginger. Oh, what is this? Pickled bologna. Oh, that's weird. Pickled blueberries. Okay, pickled radish. We already saw that. Pickled Brussels sprouts. Hey, Taco. We're talking about pickles. Oh, what is pickled corn on the cob? I have never heard of that. More pickled carrots, pickled mushrooms. I guess that makes sense. Pickled peas, but they have to still be in the pod. Okay. Let me see. Traditional English pickled onions. Oh, here's the one. Yeah, apple refrigerator pickles. Seen those. Radishes, avocados. I've heard of the avocados. I've just never had them. Pickled hot peppers, pickled garlic, zucchini. Yeah, now we're kind of just going through all the stuff we've already seen here. Pickled grilled vegetables. So I guess you grill them first to give them a little bit of a smoky flavor, probably. Turnips. That's one we hadn't seen. And then various squashes. And then vinegar, pickled carrots. Okay. Pickles on tacos. I wouldn't recommend that. Yeah, the pickled flavor, the sour notes that you get from pickles just don't go very well with tacos. They just don't. I would not recommend it. Sorry, we paused for a minute to talk about pickles. Now let's get back to doing terror raids. For you, Foggy, we're gonna get back to doing terror raids. I was doing terror raids, and then we just kind of went off topic and started talking about pickles. Which is 100% normal for this stream. It happens every week. Every single week, we eventually go off topic and start talking about goofy stuff. And right now we were talking about pickles. Oh, hey, I wasn't even close to that. I don't think you can pickle blue cheese. I don't think you'd want to. Because blue cheese, to me, is like mostly mush. Yeah, you can't actually pickle blue cheese. Because when you really think about it, what is the blue in blue cheese? It's mold. Mold does not really play very well or very nice with vinegar. Yeah, mold and vinegar would not have a good time. The vinegar would basically kill the mold. Nah, 3-star. We're looking for 5 stars. Dripping pickles and blue cheese. I mean, you could mix them, but why would you want to? Come on, be a 5-star. Hey, look at that, we got a 5-star. Okay. Oh, this one's actually pretty easy. Okay, yeah, this is a 5-star water Clawitzer. This one should be pretty easy. Let's see, what do we want to bring? We could bring an electric type. Let's see, do we want to bring good old Zapdos? Let me double check his moveset here. Thundershock, Discharge, Pluck Roost. He doesn't have anything that brings it down. Let me check my other Raichu. I don't think he has anything either. I don't want to keep using Miraidon. I want to try and find other options for my electric type. I did train... oh, that's right. I did train that other Iron Hands to do electric. Let me just do a quick search. Let's see, type electric. Oh wow, I didn't realize how many I had. I think this is going to be the Iron Hands probably. Oh no, Electric. I completely forgot about him. Oh, and the Belly Bolt. He's more of a support though, and yeah, okay. Electric. He's not quite ready. What about this little guy? Oh, he's fire. That's not going to work. I don't think this little guy's ready either. No, he's not ready. Oh, I did just finish this dude. He should be ready. I don't think he'll be incredibly effective because he's so tiny. We see Thunderbolt, Mudslap, Discharge, Seed Bomb. His special attack is awesome, but it's not huge. Alright, let's try... What about this guy? Let's... oh, is this a Palmot? Oh, it is. Did I actually train this guy up? He is trained up. Discharge, Charge, Nuzzle, Dig. Excuse me. Let's try the Palmot, just for a little difference. Well, oh, I do have the Sandy Shocks. Oh, but he's part ground. Never mind, I'm not gonna do that. Here, we'll do Palmot. I almost never use this guy in raids, but we're gonna try him anyway. Be right back. Going to head on over to the grocery store real quick. He's gonna go get some schnitzel. Moni gonna go get the schnitzel. He was being serious. He's like, dude, I want some schnitzel. Go get it, man. In fact, you could probably... It's not that far to Germany. Just drive to Germany and go get it. If I'm going to Germany. I imagine that's a huge advantage of living in the EU. Is that certain places are so close you could literally go to another country and just go like to their grocery store there. And it's not even a difficult thing because of the way the EU works. That's the one thing I really envy about the EU is that If for EU member countries, the citizens of those countries can freely move from different countries and not have to worry about like border crossings and stuff like that. Generally, as far as I know, I'm sure there are borders, obviously, but if you're an EU citizen, you can just, like, I don't know, probably flash like an ID or something and then just go. It's not like it is here in the States. Like, or even crossing into Canada is a task now. It's such a pain in the butt. Hey, Bullet! Bullet's here. Yeah, even going to Canada now is a pain in the butt. It used to be that you could just flash your ID and there you go. Bullet, why are you bringing that? Why are you bringing the gorilla? He's like, I'm bringing the gorilla. Okay, fine, bring the gorilla. I mean, I get that you're using it as a counter because, you know, it's grass type. But at the same time, if you're doing grass moves, you're not going to hit that water very hard, but who cares? We'll go anyway. That's how a lot of German people get gas. Gas prices are a lot cheaper here compared to Germany. So the Germans cross over into the Netherlands to get your gas. That's how people get alcohol here in the States. No joke. They go down to Mexico where alcohol is much cheaper. Seriously, like just to give you an example, like a bottle of like Smirnoff vodka here in the States for a bottle, say if it's like $20, you can go down to Mexico, get the same bottle for like half price. But the big thing is that when you go down to Mexico to get alcohol, if you bring it back, you have to pay the import tax, which is, overall, it's still cheaper. But a lot of people say if you're going to go to Mexico and you're going to, you know, indulge in alcohol, is to get drunk there. I don't think that's a good idea because, don't get me wrong, most Mexican people are awesome, but there's a few people that watch out for Americans and they wait till they're drunk. And that's when they rob you. That's when they get you, man. You gotta be careful with that. Oh, look at my little Pawmot. He's red. Here we go. Let's do some charge. What was that? Was that a oh, that was Dragon Pulse. I was like, wait a second, what is that? There we go. We're gonna nuzzle you. Put a little status condition on you, buddy. There we go. Paralysis. Yeah, this guy doesn't hit that hard, but he's a little more of a supporter. Or maybe not a supporter, more of a tech. Because he can nuzzle. You ever had alcohol with a scorpion at the bottom? I have not. I don't partake in alcohol at all. Keep that in mind. Yeah, I do. Well, as an adult, I just don't drink alcohol. When I was younger, I had some. So I know what it tastes like and everything, but I can't say that I've ever had that. I have seen the, I forget what it's called, but there's a particular type of alcohol, a spirit, that they sell in Mexico where it has a worm at the bottom. I forget what it's called. But I have seen that. And I have seen people drink it. And some people will actually drink the worm. Which is fine. The worm's dead. And it's preserved in the alcohol. So it's not going to hurt you. But it's still kind of weird. Oh, it's time to nuzzle this guy again. Yeah, but I've never... I've heard of the scorpion, but I've never seen it. Nor have I ever had it. Yeah, the few times I've been to Mexico, the biggest thing that I'll look for, no joke, is like candy. Mexican candy is delicious. And the biggest reason it's delicious is they make it with real sugar. It's absolutely delicious. If you ever go to Mexico, definitely get some candy. It's very rich. Oftentimes it's very thick, but it's very, very good. The one good thing about being this close to Mexico, though, is we do have Mexican candy that you can buy like at our local grocery stores. And there's also mom and pop Mexican grocery stores here, like the little small ones, where they import all that stuff, all the candies and that sort of thing, and the various foods. And I'm not talking like Goya. I'm talking like actual Mexican brands. And some of it is very, very good. Very delicious. Same thing with the sodas. You can get Mexican sodas. Delicious. Wood hammer! E40 wine Earl Steven get you messed up? I would not know. Uh-oh! Bullet, what happened, man? Bullet bit the bullet before this Clawitzer went down. It's fine, we got him. Oh no! The Clawitzer's like, I'm taking you with me. Another funky thing that you can get in Mexico, some of the toys down there are just so goofy. They're dirt cheap, but they're not great quality and they're kind of goofy. I always enjoyed the little Mexican wrestlers, the lucha libre stuff that they sell down there. You can get like a whole little thing of little wrestlers, along with an actual like wrestling ring. And the funny thing about the wrestling ring is it's made out of really cheap wood, and the ropes that they use for the ring ropes are just like rubber bands. It's like I said, it's really cheap, but it's cute, it's creative, it's all painted and everything, so it looks kind of neat. And I think to get that and like a couple of wrestlers, it's like $5. So it's like, it's $5, you know. It's like, all right, here you go. The kids will get a little entertainment out of it, you know. Maybe get a splinter. That's about it. And again, this is border town Mexico. This is not like Mexico City. Mexico City, that's a whole different experience. I've actually never been to Mexico City. I'd love to go. But unfortunately, Americans don't have the best reputation. Get you a Mexican wife. There are plenty of Mexican women here. There are tons of them. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I mean, it's fine. But yeah, there are plenty of Mexican people that live here in the States. Or at least here in Texas. There are plenty of Mexican women. And there are some very good-looking Mexican women. Oh my god. You have no idea, dude. There are your average ones, and then there are some that are just drop-dead beautiful. Just like, wow. And they all got that booty. I'm telling you, man, they got that booty. It's amazing. And you know why they got that booty? Growing up on rice and beans, man. Seriously. Growing up on rice and beans is going to give you a booty, man. Let's see what we got here. Grass. But yeah, it's actually very common for Americans to marry actual Mexicans, like people that are actually from Mexico, like Mexican nationals. It's very common here. This is a kid's show. You can talk about booty, ain't nothing wrong with that. And this is not a kid's show. We've made that very clear. It's not a kid's show. Because if it is a kid's show, then I have to tell YouTube that, and then YouTube's like, oh, sorry, can't run ads. So no, this is not a kid's show. It is a family-friendly show for the most part. But hey, even a PG movie sometimes has the occasional cuss word. So there you go. It's kind of like, oh my god, a fletchling, get away from me. That bird just flew over like, hey. This is my tree. I'm like, dude, there's no tree there. No, this is not a kid's show. Let's actually go to this one. Go check this ghost out. Ooh. Back on the Pokemon topic, Obsidian Flames comes out next week. The new... Is it next week? I think it is next week. The new expansion for the Pokemon TCG. And already the pricing of those is not looking good. And by not looking good, I mean in the sense of a seller. Like if you bought a bunch of these boxes and you're trying to sell them right now, you're not making a ton of money. If you're a buyer, though, if you're a collector, oh, it's going to be great for you. It's going to be amazing. Because I tell you right now, on release, the Pokemon packs will be about the same. But give it a couple of weeks, and you're going to be able to get a lot of these Obsidian Flames box sets and stuff for under retail price. It's going to be good. Like I said, for the buyer, it's going to be great. I mean, heck, even right now, Paldea Evolved, like, I did that video on that Paldea Evolved build and battle set. I paid $16 for mine, which is a good deal. That's well under retail. You can, and right now, that same box is actually even cheaper now. It's like almost $15. That is an amazing deal. If you don't mind Paldea Evolved, obviously. But same thing with Scarlet and Violet base set. You can get those 3 packs of Scarlet and Violet base set, where you get like the 3 packs and then you get the promo card. You can get those right now for like $10. So yeah, stuff is for Scarlet and Violet, stuff is cheap right now. Yeah, it is a buyer's market right now for sure when it comes to sealed product. In fact, just to give you an idea of what I mean by a buyer's market, I found another... I did this last night. Again, I almost felt bad, but I'm just like, well, no, these are the prices he put. I found a guy who has a little store, a little online store, and he had almost exclusively Scarlet and Violet cards. So it kind of gives you the idea that he just got started. In fact, his total sales were only like 200. So his store is very, very new. But pretty much all of his cards were just Scarlet and Violet stuff. And he marked almost all the commons and uncommons for 2 cents each. And a lot of those cards, he had like 20, 25 copies of each of the cards. So you can tell he bought a lot of stuff. He bought a lot of packs. But as soon as I saw that, and I saw that he had like 20 plus copies of all these cards, and he was selling them for 2 cents each, I immediately bought him out. I bought all of his commons and uncommons. Again, for 2 cents each. I ordered from this dude almost 1,000 cards at 2 cents each and free shipping. So I'm like, sure, dude. The bill came out to, gosh, what was it like? Oh, it was like $18 or something. It was not very much money for 1,000 cards shipped. It was very cheap. I was so happy to see that. I like I said, I kind of feel bad for him in a way because he's not making any money off of it. None. He's just moving inventory at that point. And plus he has to give me the free shipping because that's part of the deal that he put out there. So, yeah. And all I'm going to do is when I get those cards, when I get that shipment in, I'm just going to repost them on my store and mark them at more appropriate prices. Which for me is usually no less than 6 cents each. But yeah, that's... Oh, a Bruxious. I'm actually going to challenge this thing simply because I need the Bruxious items. Yeah, I'll do this real quick, and then we're going to get back to our regular Terra raids. What is my next box? I actually don't know now. I wanted to buy another Yu-Gi-Oh! 25th Anniversary box and do that opening. I wanted to get Metal Raiders because I did the Spell Ruler opening, and I really enjoyed that Spell Ruler opening. I liked it. Even though the video didn't get a massive amount of views, I just liked opening that product. It was a fun product to open because it's nice to go back to the old sets, you know, and just kind of give you a you know, it's neat to go back and look at sets like that and realize where the game was at the time and where the game is now. And it's two very different, you know, two very different eras. Yet even going back and looking at that spell ruler opening, there's a lot of cards in there that are still good to this day. It's a really good, it's still a good set. It has some great stuff. And so I was so happy with that opening. And I got my value back on it. I got about $75 worth of cards out of it. So I was fine with that. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I made my money back. Let me take that money and reinvest it. And so I was going to get a Metal Raiders box, which I loved Metal Raiders also. But, like I'd mentioned earlier, that $300 light bill really hurts. So now I have to kind of wait. I have to take a little, you know, stop and see approach now. Because I know I have a certain amount of money coming in from my card sales. But I don't know how much I'm going to have left over to buy product after I end up paying all my bills. Because, like I said, that actually really hurt. Because, again, normally my electric bill is, what, $120? Something like that. And so to go from $120 to $300, that's a massive increase. So yeah, I have to chill out for a little bit. The only reason why I made that purchase with those cards is, one, it was an insane deal, and two, like I said, it was less than $20. So I was like, okay, I can manage getting, you know, scraping together $20 to get all those cards. That was fine. But I do want to get another booster box. Like I said, I would really like to get Metal Raiders. Because the cool thing about Metal Raiders is, I believe, I'm trying to remember, what are the secret rares in Metal Raiders? I know one of them is, hold on. No, Thousand Dragon. Maybe it is Thousand Dragon. Hey, Moni. Moni, do you happen to remember off the top of your head, what are the secret rares in Metal Raiders? I sincerely can't remember. I know they're good. I just can't remember which ones they are exactly. I'm gonna go look real quick. Hold on. I'm just, it's one of those things I have to look at. Let's see. Metal Raiders. Let's see. Here we go. Metal Raiders set. Gate Guardian. Okay, that's one of them. So, oh, Thousand Dragon actually is in Metal Raiders. Okay, so it's Thousand Dragon and Gate Guardian. Oh. Okay. So if I were to get a Metal Raiders box, I would definitely get a Gate Guardian out of it, because that's the way those work. I would not get the Thousand Dragon, because the Thousand Dragon was for the retail boxes. So if I were to get the Metal Raiders 25th Anniversary box, I would definitely get a Gate Guardian. And wow, some of these others, let me see, I know that ghost ran into me. Let me see what the 25th anniversary, oh, wow, that seems excessive. The biggest card right now, holy crap, some of these prices are insane. Okay, these look overpriced. You would think the Gate Guardian would be the big hit in that set for the again, specifically 25th anniversary. I'm not talking about the old Metal Raiders. I'm talking about the reprint. The highest priced one right now, though, is the Ultra Rare Summon Skull. And there's only 2 listings for it right now. Yeah, in near mint condition, there's only 2 listings, and they are selling for $50 each. Wow, okay. Same thing with Time Wizard. Time Wizard is up there as well. When you kind of think of it, though, it does make sense. It does, okay. It makes sense, and this is why. Because every time you get that Metal Raiders box, you're guaranteed a secret rare. So you're probably getting the Gate Guardian. So that's guaranteed. You're not guaranteed what ultra rares you get. So it does actually make sense that the Time Wizard and the Summon Skull are more expensive. Same thing with the Black Skull Dragon. That one is $24 right now. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Change of Heart. Yeah, Change of Heart's also $8. Barrel Dragon is $8. Solemn Judgment is $11. And of course, Mirror Force is $13. Yeah, all the Ultras are expensive because you're not guaranteed. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, that's why I wanted to get the Metal Raiders. Yeah, Metal Raiders just it's a good set. It's got a lot of good stuff in it. And again, a lot of those cards are still usable. Like the Solemn Judgment, still a usable card. Change of Heart, it was taken off the ban list, so it's still usable. You pull it, it's awesome. What else? Mirror Force, not nearly as great as it used to be, but still usable if you want to. Let's check out this Psychic one. Gate Guardian, not very usable. I mean, it's actually a little more usable now. When it came out, that card was completely unusable. It was just dumb. But especially with this last, was it the 10 that came out that had all the Gate Guardian support in it? I forget exactly which product. It was a product that came out in the last several months that had a lot of Gate Guardian support. It reprinted all the parts for like the Sangha of Thunder and Kaizajin and Suijin. And then it had a bunch of fusions in it. And I think it had some other spell cards that specifically supported Gate Guardian, so it made it somewhat viable. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Gate Guardian now is actually kind of okay, but I doubt it's like one of those one of those what's the word I'm looking for? One of those archetypes that's going to be winning a lot of tournaments. Mostly just a fun sort of thing, but yeah. But yeah, that's Summon Skull. I didn't think Summon Skull would be the top one, though. I thought, if anything, of all the Ultra Rares, I thought for certain that it would probably be Solemn Judgment, Time Wizard, or Change of Heart that would be the highest price, not the Summon Skull. But I think the reason why Summon Skull is so expensive is, again, there's only 2 listings. So when you've got only 2 listings for a particular card, yeah, they can pretty much ask whatever they want. Now I really want to get that Metal Raiders box and hope to get that Summon Skull. Oh, speaking of which, I was looking through more old cards, and I was looking at all the old first edition cards that I had, or that I have, I should say. Didn't sell them yet. But I'm really considering selling them now, because some of the first editions are super expensive now. Like stupid expensive, like $50, $60, $70. Even some more that are in like the hundreds. Hey, look at that. Pessimian. 5-star fairy type. He does fighting moves. So he's not going to like a poison, probably. Don't want to take metal in there. Alright, here we go. Let's grab a poison. I could actually bring in Eternatus. Oh, do I want to bring in Muck? Just for funsies. He tears into poison. He's not as strong as Eternatus, but I doubt this battle's going to be very hard. Oh, I've only got Poison Jab on him right now. But look at his attack. His attack is insane. Yeah, he's more of a dark. Okay, well, let's just go with Eternatus. Yeah, we'll do that. Ow. So tempted to get Metal Raiders now. Because I have some money socked away, but like I said, when I saw that bill, I'm like, okay. Whenever I get a big bill like that, I immediately put like a bit of a hold on my spending just to make sure I can pay all my bills. Because next week from the store, I'm going to get about $250 from the sales. And then the week after that, that number is still in flux, but we'll see how that works out. So yeah, once I think what I'll probably do is I usually pay my bills through the month, but I think with that next big chunk of money I'm getting next week, I'm just gonna pay everything immediately, and then whatever comes in, then there you go. That's the money I'll use for buying more stuff. That's a house in Detroit. Speaking of houses, you said you were moving. Are you really moving? Because I don't know with you sometimes. Sometimes you tease us. Because I know you'd been saying you'd been working on that house forever. And now you're like, I don't want to do it anymore because it's too expensive. Hey, Trent. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. You are welcome to join us, Trent, in these Terra raids. So you're moving September 1st. Wow. So what are you going to do with that house? Just, It's going to be another one of those houses that just, yeah, we don't want to live here anymore. We're just going to leave. But I am sincerely still wanting to move up north. I really, really want to move, dude. I'm just not happy here. Just really not happy. Somebody had mentioned, it was like a week ago or so, I saw, because there's like this big thing here in the States where it's, you know, houses are just really, really expensive right now. The housing market is stupid expensive, where your average person just can't buy a house. It's like we have no choice but to rent. And even the rent is really expensive. So a lot of younger people or people who are just kind of like me, average, just can't buy houses. Just too expensive. And there was some guy who was arguing against that. He's like, no, man, there's affordable houses. Look at this one. And he found one. And he's like, yeah, look at this, man. It's less than $50,000 for this house. And so when I saw that number, at first I was like, oh, really? But then I thought a moment later, and I was like, there's got to be something wrong with that thing for that price. And sure enough, it's in, no joke, it's in North Dakota, one of the coldest places in the United States during the winter. Can you join next? Yes, you are more than welcome to join next. It's in North Dakota. And it's not even in one of the major cities. It's not in Sioux Falls. Sioux Falls is like the biggest city in North Dakota, and that's it. All the other areas in North Dakota are basically farmland, which isn't necessarily bad, but the winters, like I said, are brutally cold there. I'm not talking just like chilly. I'm talking like basically from October until April, you are snowed in. It is that bad. It is very, very cold there in the winter. And so that's one strike against it because it's brutally cold there. The second is when I went and found the actual property listing. I looked at all the pictures that they had. That house is an absolute nightmare. It has cracks in the walls. The foundation is cracked. That's a huge problem already because I'm not sure if you all realize, but a cracked foundation basically means your house will eventually fall to pieces. You can get it repaired, but it's expensive. Not only that, but there are, just from the reviews around that little area where this house was, there are times during the year where you get no electricity. Like days at a time, no electricity at all. Same thing with internet. There are times where you get no internet for days, sometimes weeks at a time. No internet. And I'm like, okay, so more strikes. And again, I kept looking at the house more and more. The walls were concrete. It was the whole house was made out of concrete. It wasn't wood or brick or anything like that. It was concrete. So there were cracks all over the walls. The ceiling was falling in. It was basically a giant nightmare. Yeah, like I said earlier, it was an absolute nightmare. And this guy's like, yeah, look, this is affordable. It's only $50,000. And I'm like, dude, for what you would be getting for that price, you might as well just tear the whole house down and just start from scratch. You're basically spending $50,000 to get the land. That's all it is. You're paying $50,000 for a little plot of land. Well, actually, the land itself wasn't that bad. It was a decent sized plot of land. It was like a good half acre. So, pretty decent. But the house was a complete loss. It was absolute trash. There was no way you would be able to live in it. I'm pretty sure that the property is 1 inch away from being condemned. It was absolute travesty. Everybody just, and when we all saw this, because all of us went and looked, when we all saw this on Twitter, we immediately got back to that guy and we're like, dude, are you high? Did you even look at the listing? It's just, I don't get people like that. See, I'm right. You can live in that. Yeah, I can also live in a cave. That doesn't mean I want to. I'm sure I could go out into the woods or something, into the mountains, and find a really nice cave. And that would be just as good as that house. Because that's essentially what it is. It's a cave that would eventually crumble into pieces. And again, going days and even weeks without electricity or internet, might as well just be living in a cave at that point. Because I have actually looked at houses. I know you all remember that when I talked about buying a house a couple of years ago. And I really did. I really, really wanted to buy a house. But the ones that I found here locally were just so awful. Just bad and overpriced. It was very much like that listing. Where if it was a cheap listing, you knew there was something wrong with it. And sure enough, you go read the listing, you look at the pictures, and it was just a nightmare. Like I think I mentioned to y'all, there was one that I found here for like $105,000. I still remember it. The floor was literally sinking into a sinkhole in the ground. So essentially, you know, at any moment, the house could just fall into a hole. And they wanted $105,000 for it. They're like, oh, you could fix it. Really? Even if I did decide that I wanted to take a chance and try to fix it, can you imagine how much something like that would be? I mean, just to fix something like a foundation is very expensive and very time consuming. And now they want me to fix a sinkhole. I'm like, sorry, man. No, I'm just not doing it. Nope. I see the appeal of living in a van. That was the joke back in the 90s. If you watched SNL, or if you have watched any SNL episodes from back in the 90s, you probably are familiar with the Chris Farley skit, where it's basically the parents of these two kids who are not doing well, like in school and stuff like that. They're upset with their kids, so they call in a motivational speaker. And the motivational speaker is basically Chris Farley in a very tight shirt, with slick back hair, sweating profusely. So basically just Chris Farley. And they bring him in, and his whole thing is he's trying to motivate them to be better and to, you know, want to get an education and that sort of thing. And his big line that everybody freaked out about is he's like, you're gonna end up living in a van down by the river. And it was like this hilarious thing. And it was super funny back in the day. And it's still funny today. But it's funny now in a very ironic way. In the sense that, oh my gosh, a Don Dozo. It's funny in the sense that People actually do that now. And they're happy. There are literally people who live in vans, in actual vans, and they just hang out by rivers. And that's their life. They redo the interior of a van. They put like a little bed and everything in it, and they've got their cell phone, and they have like a little a lot of them have like a big solar panel that they can either just like take and put out like on like a little spot by their van, or they stick it on the roof of the van so that it provides them with power. And then that's it. That's their life. They just hang out there. And since they have their phone, a lot of them have the unlimited data plans and stuff like that. So they just basically live off their phone. If they need to use like a laptop or something, they tether to their phone, so they have data, so they have internet. And again, they've got that solar panel, so they've got power, and they're happy like that. They're just like, yeah, I can leave and go wherever I want. And it's wonderful. And I'm just like, that is just so weird that we joked about that in the 90s, and now it's a reality, and people actually like it. It was once used as a motivation to get people to go to school and do stuff. But now it's like, oh, wow, okay, I may actually want to do that because it's cheap. Yeah, can you imagine living in a van down by the river? No rent. You don't have to pay rent. You don't have to pay an electric bill. You don't have to pay a water bill. Who's that Pokemon? Ocean Gate? What? Let's see. Chilling water, liquidation. Oh, this guy's a little mixed up. Hold on. Oh, he's a balanced. I don't think I want to use him. I had my other one here. Where is he? This guy. Liquidation. Oh, well, he's... Wait, did I train him balanced also? I guess I did. Let's see. 290, 231. Adaptability. Oh, it powers. Okay, that's why. Okay. Huh. Well, we're going to have a little bit of a challenge here. I'm going to bring my Angerfish, and you guys are going to have to carry me. Do you have a Alolan Raichu? Yes, I do. In fact, he's in here. Alolan Raichu... Hold on. Wait a minute, what am I doing here? Oh, because he's a fire. That's why I was looking at water. Okay. So he's a fire type. Oh! You know who we could probably bring? I could probably bring a Gastrodon. I have several Gastrodons, though. But yes, to answer your question, I do have a Alolan Raichu. Unfortunately, I can't duplicate him. I can't breed him. I tried, but it doesn't work. When I breed him, I just get regular Pichu. It doesn't give me any Alolan variant or anything like that. And I did breed him. I got a Pichu, and I evolved him, Pichu to Pikachu, Pikachu to Raichu, and he just turns into the regular Raichu variant. I did try, though. What was I going to look up here? Oh, yeah, Gastrodon. Where are you, Mr. Sea Slug? Let's see. I'll probably bring Greta. Where are you, Greta? Oh, not this one. Yes, I did try Everstone. Still didn't work. Not with that one. And I thought that it would, because I was able to do that with the Alolan Diglett. I have a Alolan Diglett and a Alolan Doug trio, and I used the Everstone trick on them, and it worked. It worked for them. It also worked for Hisuian Basculin, but for some reason it didn't work on Alolan Raichu. I mean, I can go back and try again. I'm pretty sure I did it all right, but... Let's see, Water Pulse, Chilling Water, Earth Power. I have Storm Drain. And Recover. This would actually be pretty good. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this guy. Because I'll just keep Chilling Water it. And then I can confuse it with Water Pulse, and then I've got Recover. Okay. This should be fine. We'll use good old Greta. But I can try it again, like I said. Because the funny thing is when they first connected Pokemon Home to Scarlet Violet, that very first day, I tried breeding all the Hisuian Pokemon with Everstones. Didn't work. So I was like, I was completely bummed because I was looking forward to breeding them and just giving them to people, you know, because some people weren't able to get Arceus. And so I wanted to do that and it didn't work. So I was like bummed and everything. And then just on a whim, I was like, I gotta try this again. So I went and I specifically got just one Hisuian. I believe it was the Hisuian Growlithe. And I got my Ditto. And I went and I made a whole bunch of eggs again. And I hatched them and it worked. But that was like a few days after that. So I don't know if they did like a little hot fix or what, or if I just missed something, but yeah. It's a little strange the way that works sometimes. But I can always try it again. Because like I said, it did work with Alolan Diglett. It also worked with Alolan Grimer. I do have an Alolan Grimer available that I can trade. And it does evolve into the Alolan Muck. Excuse me. Oh, same thing with Alolan Meowth. Was able to do it with Alolan Meowth as well. I'll give it another 20 seconds, see if anybody else jumps in. I don't think anybody else will, but we can see. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get anybody else. Here we go. And the cool thing is this guy may actually give us some Mystica. He has a pretty good chance of giving it to us. Oh, while we're here, did any of you all need Rilliboom? He's available. I mean, we can try to do him again if you want, but we don't necessarily need him. Or I don't need him, but I'm just asking if you guys do. Oh, look at my little sea slug. He's a shiny. Or, I'm sorry, she's a shiny. Get chilling water. You still need the Rilliboom? I'm willing to help out. If we can get a team together, I'm willing to do the team we did last week. Last week, we did, what was it, 2 Belly Bolts, or 1 Belly Bolt, 1 Toxapex, and 2 Giratinas. And that worked for us. And I have either. I can do the Belly Bolt, or I can do a Giratina. Oh, he's already throwing the shield up. This is going to be a big shield, isn't it? Actually, not that bad. About an average shield. I'm still working chilling water. Yeah, Storm Drain, baby. I love Storm Drain. It's such a good ability. Now my chilling waters are pumped up. Yeah, we're barely taking any damage from this guy, huh? I think it's probably safe to say I can start using the water pulse now. No, don't tickle me! Oh, it affects my attack. It's fine. Oh, but he lowered my defense too. Yeah, this Dondozo was much easier than some of the other ones I've done. Yeah, this guy's about to get whomped. I don't even think I need to terrestrialize, but I might as well. Everybody else is doing it, so why don't I? Yeah, I think he's already dead. By the time I Terra, he's already dead. Get him, buddy! Yeah, this Dondozo was pretty easy. But then again, when you're going against Dondozo and he's a fire Terra type, that's a pretty easy combination right there. Yeah, this was one of the easier combinations. Because some of the others we've faced with Dondozo were hard. But yeah, this guy was pretty easy. The Lions are winning the Super Bowl this year? I don't know. They actually have a chance to make the playoffs. I don't think they're going to win the Super Bowl, though. Yeah, they have a solid team. I don't think they have a Super Bowl winning team, but they have a solid team. That's why I say I think they'll make the playoffs. Because their main competition, the Packers, don't have a great team this year. So they're going to beat the Packers. And the Bears, they keep talking about how the Bears are supposed to be good this year. I don't see it. So they're going to beat the Bears. Hey, look at that. We got a salty. Nice. And then who else besides the Lions? I think the Vikings are probably going to be their biggest competition. If the Lions can split the 2 games versus the Vikings, they'll probably make the playoffs. If they can sweep the Packers and the Bears and split with the Vikings, very good chance to make the playoffs. Big catfish Pokemon. I'm still surprised he's only 485 pounds. Considering his size, look at his height. 39 feet 4 inches, yet only 485 pounds. If I could give you a spare Alolan, what's an Alolan? I think you mean Alolan. I do have Alolans, though, if you need them. Hold on. And that's why I keep extra of certain ones, specifically with the intent to give them away. So let me see which ones. I know I've got at least one Grimer, I believe. Okay. Yeah, look at that. I've got Alolan Doug Trios. Oh, there's the Grimer. I knew I had one. Yeah, I've got an Alolan Grimer. Or if you want to actually go through and evolve it yourself, I just have the regular Alolan Diglett. So, yeah, I can give you either or. This one's just already evolved and it's level 26. Let me see. I don't think I have any more Meowths, do I? Yeah, I don't have any more Alolan Meowth right now. I could always breed more, but that obviously takes time. But yeah, if you want the Grimer and you want the Diglett, sure, I can do that. Or the Doug Trio. I'll just give you the Doug Trio. You can do whatever you want with it. Yeah, let me go ahead and get you a trade code here real quick. There we go. 475522. In fact, I was actually looking at buying Let's Go Pikachu because it has all the Alolan Pokemon in there. And I was looking through the list, and then I realized, I was like, oh, I already have them all. So it didn't make any sense for me to actually buy the game after all. I mean, I'm sure it would have been fine to buy the game anyway, because it's still a game. You still get to play it and everything, but as far as the Pokemon that I would need from there, it just didn't make sense. Doug Trio. And you can just give me whatever you have. It doesn't matter. You don't have to offer me anything fancy. Fennekin. Speaking of which, I need to go look through the list again of obtainable Pokemon from Let's Go Pikachu, just to see if maybe I missed something, because there could be maybe like a legendary or something in there that you can get that I just don't have. Because yeah, if I could get like a Volcanion or something from that would be awesome, because then it would make it even more worth my while to get it. You mean a regular Doug Trio or an Alolan Doug Trio? No, because I just traded you the Alolan one. Oh, Snorlax. I'm sorry, I didn't even realize it was a different person. Okay, yeah, I'll give you another one of those too. And let's see. Oh, you wanted the Alolan Grimer. There we go. So we'll get the Grimer going. Come on, trade it. There we go. What do we got here? Charizard. So many Charizards. I actually deleted like 8 Charizards a couple of weeks ago because I just had so many. Because with certain Pokemon, I don't know what it is, but I inadvertently start to hoard them. Like, I recently did that with Tauros, too. Like, I just started hoarding Tauroses. I don't know why. Because I always think to myself, do I have this version of Tauros? Because I just don't remember. And so I'll just keep it. And so a few days ago, I went and like, look, see, that's why I've got a couple of Tauruses over here, because I had too many. And one of them is actually fully trained in everything. Yeah, so I'm basically getting ready to give away a maxed out level 100 hyper trained, EV trained Tauros that I no longer have any use for because I already have another one that's exactly the same. Okay, so Mr. Snorlax over on Twitch, who is Bullet, you wanted the Alolan as well? No problem, Trent. So there you go, Bullet 475522. Did you all want the Alolan Meowth? I can just breed one or breed a few of them right now if you want. It'll take a few minutes, obviously, but I can breed them and hatch open the eggs if y'all want an Alolan Meowth. Because the Alolan Persian actually looks kind of funny. It really does. Love that Alolan Persian. He's cool looking. I've not really had a chance to mess around with him too much, but he does look cool. Okay, sure. I'll go breed it. It'd be nice to take a little break from the Terra raids anyway. Oh yeah, I was about to say, don't trade me that. There you go. That's fine. I saw the Koraidon flash up on my screen, and I was like, I'm not taking that from you. No way. I knew that wasn't what you were really wanting to trade, though. The Whooper's fine. Or I'm sorry, not the Whooper, the Clodsire. I love that hair. The hair is so stupid. That's why I love the Alolan. Like the regular Doug Trio, I'm kind of eh. But the Alolan one, oh hell yeah. That hair is on point. The hair is so dumb, it's great. Okay, so we're good there. Let me go and breed the Meowths. Let me switch over to my breeding team here. That sounds funny. But yeah, I actually have a little section where I breed all the Pokemon. Gotta head over to it. There's a specific box that I use. There we go. So first, we've got our Ditto. Oh, I gotta move all those captured Pokemon that I just caught. I gotta move all those over. And then we can... Let me see what we're doing. Oh yeah, we're doing Meowth. Move that over here, over here. Yeah, as you can see, I was breeding Hisuian Basculins the other day. I got just a whole bunch of them. I was like, I actually do need to move these other... Oops. These newly captured Pokemon over to my trade box. Let's see. So which one's the Arcanine I'm keeping? So all of these, basically. Okay, and let me find the... Because he's actually already Persian, I gotta search for Persian here. Oh, speaking of which, does anybody need a Giratina or a Palkia? I have an extra of each of those, but there are only very specific Pokemon that I will take in trade for them. And those would be either Zarude or Volcanion. Because it just goes to show how much I really want a Volcanion. Nope, not that one. He should be here. There he is. That goofball. You have a shiny Volcanion? Well, I'm not going to ask you to part with a shiny one. Okay, I need to go to a different place here. This is not a great place for doing sandwiches. Let's actually just go right over here. There is a good chance that that shiny Volcanion is hacked. I have heard of people getting shiny legendaries through promotions and stuff, but those are few and far between. Like, there's this one guy that comes here all the time, and he's got like every legendary as a shiny, and I'm like, those are hacked. He's like, no, they're not. And I go, they are. Because who has 15 shiny Arceus? Really, who has that many? Nobody. Nobody would ever need that many or want that many. It's just dumb. That's the only way that explains it. Let's see. Make a sandwich. Yeah, we're gonna get some egg power going here. Yeah. In fact, anybody, Trent, I know Trent is new here, but anybody else that knows me knows that anytime that I get a hacked Pokemon via like surprise trade, I always delete it, even if it's a really nice Pokemon. I think I would probably be tempted to keep the Volcanion just so I could stick it into the Pokemon Home for Pokédex. But yeah, I've actually gotten several because I do a lot of surprise trades, especially when I get bored. And every now and then, I would say like maybe every 20-25 trades, I'll get a hacked Pokemon. And what I'll do is I'll just take the Master Ball, because there's almost always a Master Ball or an ability patch on it. I'll take those, and I'll keep that, but I'll delete the Pokemon. And the biggest reason I delete the Pokemon is it's got those stupid website names. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to be an advertising tool for you. I would rather just delete the Pokemon. Traded for the Volcanion for a Paradox? Really? Wow, you ripped that guy off, man. I could not imagine trading. Oh, well, that's true. It's okay. If it's hacked, then I imagine that person doesn't care. Because if they've hacked one, they can hack others. Yeah, just like that one person that comes here that has all the hacked Arceus. That's why he gives them away, because he doesn't care. Because he can just get more. So yeah, I imagine that's probably what it was. But then at the same time, it's like, well, if you hacked the shiny Volcanion, why on earth would you trade it for a Paradox Pokemon that you could probably hack too if you really wanted to? All right, Ditto, show us your skills. Bam! Look at that. Ditto, man. I'm telling you, Ditto is a great soccer player. He's a great striker. Just whoosh-ha! Bam! Look at that. I should rename him Messi. Persian needs some practice. Unfortunately, Miraid is not very good. But Ditto is an excellent soccer player. Oh, that wasn't that good. I think it's because we're on an uneven surface. Okay. So I'll get like 10 eggs. And then each of you can get one. If there's anybody else that comes into the stream, I'll offer them one too. Speaking of which, I was going to ask, do any of y'all have any extra shinies that you would be willing to trade? I have a few extra duplicate shinies that I don't need, but there are a few other shinies that I would like to have. I'm not desperate for them, but I would like to have them. And I'm willing to offer a shiny in return. Just to give you an idea, I believe the extra shinies I have an extra shiny Venomoth. I have an extra shiny Chansey. Oh, what is his name? Bisharp. I have a shiny Bisharp I can trade. I've got... there was another one I got an extra one of. Oh, I got another shiny Iron Bundle. Got another one of those. Trying to think, what else did I have an extra one of? I've got a handful. So, yeah. Certain shiny Pokemon I would not mind having. Like, I don't have a shiny Pelipper. Wouldn't mind having one of those. Let me see what other shinies were that I wanted. The Pelipper's the first one that comes to mind. I'm sure there are others that I could think of. Okay. I notice they do this sometimes. They start to bug out a little bit when the ball's kind of just like in an odd position sometimes. Although this isn't real odd, but yeah, look. Miraidon will just do that. He'll run into the table endlessly. And he'll just kind of sit there and stand there sometimes. And oh, there they go. They reset. See how both of them reset at the same time? That's really odd. They'll just do that. Like, if the ball sometimes goes into a certain location, Miraidon will just run around it in a circle. And he'll just constantly do that until he resets. It's really strange. Really odd behavior. Or sometimes he'll just sit there and bark at it, like he's doing now. Okay, well, he got out of that real fast. Okay. That's strange. Oh, come on, Ditto. You can hit it better than that. Come on, kick it to me, buddy. Aw. Are you tired? There's also... I don't know if you all have had your Miraidon do this, but sometimes he'll just start humping the ground. Like, endlessly. Have you ever had that when he comes into your picnic? He'll just go and he'll start humping the ground. It's just really weird. Not like that. He's trying to run around me. That's why he's doing that. But sometimes he'll stay in one position in one spot and he'll start humping the ground. It's really strange. Okay, I should have at least 8 eggs at this point. Oh, crap. I don't remember if I left the Everstone on this guy. I didn't even look. No! I may have just wasted a whole bunch of time. Here, let me grab these eggs. I'll end the picnic. Because I'll still have my sandwich power, so that's fine. But I'll check and see if I get... if I put the Everstone on him. Because I know I put it on him before. I don't know if I took it off. I think I may have left it on him. Okay, let's get out of this and let me check the... please have the Everstone on you. Oh, son of a biscuit. He doesn't have it. Alright. Let's try this again. Like I said, at least I don't have to make the sandwich again. Let me give him the Everstone. So I just got a bunch of eggs that are kind of pointless now. Where are you? There you are. Yeah, I've got a bunch of Everstones specifically for this. Okay, well, here we go again. Boink. Alright, guys, play with the ball for the next couple of minutes. While they're doing that, I'm actually going to check the Pokemon list for Let's Go Eevee. He did the same with Maul. Let's see, let's go Pikachu. Pokemon list. Here we go. List of Pokemon and let's go. No, I don't want a video. I just want the Pokemon. Here we go. Let's see. I'm going to look through the list here and see if there's any that I know I don't have. Let's see. I do have a Weedle, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I have a Spearow and a Fearow. Don't know about those guys. Do have a Sandshrew. Do have a Nidoqueen. You have 2 shiny up for trade. Which ones? Do have the Golbat and the Zubat. Vileplume. We do have the Poliwraths. Do have the Victory Bells. I don't know if I have Dodrio. Or Doduo. I don't know if I have Dugong either. I don't think I have that, so there. Executor, I do have that. I do have Marowak and Cubone. Do have Kangaskhan, do have Seadra. I do like the original Tauros. That one actually looks really nice. Porygon, do have those. Do have Kabutops. Oh, Articuno is in that game. And so is Zapdos and Moltres. I wouldn't mind having another copy of each of those. Mewtwo is also there, so is Mew. Oh! Meltan and Melmetal. I don't have a Melmetal. I wouldn't mind having one of those. Oh, Alolan form Pokemon. I don't have Alolan Raticate. Or the Alolan Rattata. I would not mind having those. I'm trying to kind of give myself a reason to buy the game. Oh, here's another one. Alolan Sandshrew and Alolan Sandslash. I don't have those. Alolan Geodude. I didn't even know that existed. So Alolan Geodude, Graveler, and Golem. Oh, I don't have any of those. I do have the Alolan Marowak. And I do have the Alolan Executor. Okay, so there are a few in there that I wouldn't mind having. Not a ton, but a few. Ampharos and Finizen. Oh, darn, I already have those. Okay. Okay, yeah, the cat's freaking out now. Again, see, the ball's just... It's kind of there. Look, see, the cat's freaking out, and now Miraidon's just sitting there. Okay, wait, I think the cat's resetting now. Okay, there he goes. There they go. Oh, wait, hold on. He's running in the table again. Come on, guys, just get the ball. There. See? Go get it. Stupid. They're cute, but Pokemon are often not that smart. Here, I'll just grab these eggs real quick and hatch them because I don't want to keep you guys waiting forever. So I want to at least be able to get these Pokemon to you without asking you to wait like a half hour or something. Oh, we actually do have a good amount of eggs here too. Okay, there. I think we got like 8 eggs there. Okay, so I got to make sure I go to the second part of my bag here. So, not these eggs. It's going to be over here. And I'm going to start from the end. Okay, so these eggs are the ones. Do I want either? No. Thank you for the offer, though. Yeah, I don't have a need for either of those. Oh, wait, I can't do that. Crap. Okay. Yeah, I have like 2 shiny Finizens, and I know I've got at least a couple of shiny Ampharos. Actually, hold on. Let me do this one instead. Now let me grab my Talonflame. Put you in there. Now let's go for a ride. Actually surprised I've not seen a shiny today. I usually see at least one shiny on my streams. But nothing today. I mean, I don't actively look either, so yeah. But I just happen upon them. They're just kind of there. Oh. Oh, wow, okay. There we go. Eggs. And by the way, if I happen to hatch a shiny Meowth, I'm sorry, but I'm keeping it. I don't have a shiny Alolan Meowth, so I'm absolutely keeping it, sorry. I've had people say, hey, that was supposed to be my egg. I'm like, no, it's my egg until I trade it to you. I didn't want to fight something and had to go through all this. Go away, Meowth. I'll let you train that Meowth. Whoever gets it. You'll get a 14 level head start. Alright, let me get these to you right now. Alright, I guess the level 14 will go to whoever gets in first. As far as the trade. It's the same code, guys, if y'all want to hop into trade, and each of you can get a Alolan Meowth. That's from me only getting like 3 hours of sleep. That's what the yawn's for. Come on, Rowlet, get on over here. Rowlet, what do you say on the ride? Alright, Bullet. It is your turn, sir. If you're still there. I have no idea if he's still there. I gotta remember not to do the monkey sound. No monkey sounds. Okay, I guess he's not there. Would you like to train shinies in Arceus? I think I have every shiny there is in Arceus. Like, literally, I actually was able to get every single shiny in Arceus. With the exception of the legendaries. But yeah, all the other regular Pokemon, yeah, I was able to get them all. Because that's one thing I noticed very quickly about Arceus. It is insanely easy to get shinies over there. Like, every day that I played Arceus, even for like an hour or so a day, I'd get like 2 or 3 shinies every day. It was kind of insane how easy it was. I think it was easy because you could literally just go around catching everything you saw. And so, yeah, I would do that. Like, the only one that I had a problem with, as far as getting, was a shiny Lickitung. That was the last one I had to get. And I did eventually get it, but it took a little while. And so I found this little place out in the icy area or whatever. I forget what it's called. In that icy place that you go to. It's like the last map that you can get to. And there's that little place where there are 4 of them that all spawn right there in a little circle. And I would just go and just catch them all, and then wait a few seconds. They'd all respawn, catch them all again, wait, respawn, and just do that over and over and over again. So yeah, it was pretty easy to get them. It was just a matter of, you know, waiting. And then, of course, you had the outbreaks, too. And in the outbreaks, you could get the shinies. That was another good way to get shinies there, is all the outbreaks. I'm glad they have outbreaks in the game here, too. Because there have been a couple of outbreaks where I have actually gotten shinies. I think it was... the Gyarados outbreak, I got a shiny, or I got actually 2 shinies. Also, the... which one was it? Mismagius. Yeah, I was able to get a shiny Mismagius, which I actually think looks really neat. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's green. A green Mismagius. I wonder, where is he? He's in here somewhere. I don't really use him either. I should. I mean, I've already trained him up and everything, but... yeah, he's in here somewhere. Oh, right! I also have another shiny Sableye. I found another one of those. Oh, here he is. The shiny Mismagius. Yeah, he's kind of like a mustard yellow, kind of greenish sort of thing. Pretty neat looking. I guess while I'm running around trying to find more Terra raids, I'll hatch these eggs. Let's go up north, though. I've already done all the southern ones. Let's see. What do we got? Oh, we got a dragon and a fairy over here, or we've got a fairy, a steel, and a fire. Let's grab this steel first. Oh, that's right, the eggs are gonna hatch really quickly here. Just like that. Oh, right, you had mentioned you may want to do the Rilliboom. Do you have anything that goes well against the Rilliboom? Because like I said, I can bring either a Belly Bolt or a Giratina. And both of those work fairly well against it. And oddly enough, the move that you're going to want for Giratina is Aura Sphere. Yeah, basically what we did is we took in the Belly Bolt and the Toxapex, and they would use Acid Spray, which lowers its which lowers the Rillaboom's special defense. And then we took in 2 Giratinas, and they would just spam Aura Sphere. Because once the defense was all the way down, the Aura Sphere hit fairly hard. It just takes a little time to get through the fight. But it is very doable. And then once their defense is down, then the Belly Bolt and Toxapex can just do other stuff, like I don't know, put in like safeguards and all that other stuff. Do some healing. Ugh, that's only a 3-star. Let's go grab this one. Do you all know who XQC is? Only a 4-star. They were actually talking about him and a few other streamers on the WAN show last night. If you don't know what the WAN show is, that's the weekly podcast that Linus Tech Tips has. Actually, usually pretty fun show. That's why I tend to watch it. I usually watch it while I'm filling orders for the card store. The guy who became a gambling streamer. I guess that's him. I only know him for one reason, and from what I understand, and he's been doing this apparently a lot lately, is he watched a video that was like an hour and a half long, and it was like a full teardown and just like a full documentary on the John F. Kennedy assassination. John F. Kennedy, in case you don't know, Money was one of our presidents. He was assassinated back in 1963. It was a huge conspiracy, huge news, everything. It's like one of the lingering mysteries and conspiracy theories, because we never there are people that think that we never really found out who killed him. Officially it was the death was blamed on Lee Harvey Oswald, but then there are people who are saying that Oswald wasn't the real perpetrator, and it's just like a massive conspiracy. And it's been going on for 50 something years at this point, or 60 years at this point, really. And the whole deal was that XQC, who streams over on Kick, has a very large audience. He gets thousands of people that watch him over on Kick. And his whole thing, and the reason why this became an issue, a major issue, is because he is a major streamer that does make a lot of money. And he basically watched the entire video on his stream, live on his stream, and that was basically it. That was the whole stream, was him just watching this video. And you may think, oh, well, maybe it's like reaction content. No. He did not react to the video at all. He did not add any context at all. He literally sat there. He had his camera on him so you could see him watching the video. And he just sat there and watched the video. The whole thing. He was even eating during the stream. He added nothing to the video. But he showed it right there on his stream. The whole thing. That's the thing, though. Is that obviously he took a lot of views away from the original creator. And if you see this video, I'll link it in Discord later. But if you see this video, like I said, it's about an hour and a half long. And it is a very good video in the sense of production values. Like, there's a lot of CGI. There's a lot of maps. There's a lot of interviews. It's a very well done video. You can tell whoever made this put real effort into it. Like, this is a video that probably took them a few months to make. So whenever you make a video like that, you hope you get a lot of views and a lot of watch time so you can make some money on it. And the whole problem with it is that, again, a lot of people, instead of actually going to the actual video from the original creator to watch it, they just watched it on his stream, stealing, potentially thousands of views, even more maybe, from this guy. And XQC is just like, I don't care. He doesn't care. And to prove that he didn't care, when people called him out about it, he was just like, I don't care. He pretty much said that. And he did it again. with another video. He's like, yeah, I don't care. I will watch all these videos on my stream. I don't care if the original creator loses views. And so other creators, obviously seeing what he was doing, started doing it themselves. And so now everybody's like, oh, well, it's a react content. No, it's not, man. If you just sit there and just watch a video on your own stream and show it to your viewers, that's not reaction content. And even then, reaction content, it's very kind of on the line of what is and is not fair use. And the way he did it is very easily not fair use. But the question is, are they going to actually sue him? And the whole thing, again, it kind of goes to the platform that he's on, which is Kick. And Kick is very fast and loose with their rules and the implementation of certain things like DMCA. So if you go through and try to have something done to him, one, is it worth it? Two, will Kick actually do anything? You know, and three, what is the end game there? Because obviously the guy lost money because, you know, YouTube views usually equal revenue. And on a video like that, that has about 500,000 views on it right now, last I checked, you know, that's a good chunk of change. And if he stole even, you know, 20,000 views from that video, that adds up. That's money. So it's a big question of, well, is he gonna, you know, keep doing it the way he's doing it? Because he's kind of just, like he said himself, he doesn't care. He does not care at all. So it's just a really odd thing that he's just decided to kind of like, oh, I'm gonna do this and I don't care. I think he's doing it because he does have a lot of money, but he doesn't realize that if he continues to do it, those people actually can sue him and probably win. And the first couple of times he may think, no big deal. But then once the 5th and 6th and 7th person starts suing him, he's going to be like, okay, this is getting a little weird now. So it's like, well, I don't know. I just don't even understand why he's doing it. It's like, why do that? I mean, he could, all his viewers want to see him gamble and stuff anyway. So why go and steal views? Just, you know, to be an ass about it. I don't know, man. It's, and again, especially on Twitter, people are calling him out and he's just like, I don't care. I'm gonna do it. I don't care if you're mad at me. I'm gonna do it. And that was pretty much when I saw the kind of the thread that he had going with a couple of other people on Twitter. And I understand Twitter's a real cesspool. Okay, I get that. But there are a handful of people on there who at least try to be decent, or at least, you know, kind of present themselves in a way that's like, okay, this seems like a reasonable person. I can have a reasonable conversation with them. But even to those people, he's just like, I don't care. So I've gotten to the point where it's like, well, I mean, I really don't want to hear about this man anymore, because he's made it very clear who he is. I actually do hope they sue him. I really do. I hope they sue him and I hope they win. And I know for someone right now like him who apparently didn't he sign like $100 million deal or something like that with Kick? I don't know who that was, but somebody did. They signed like a massive deal with Kick. And that's what I'm thinking he's kind of going on. He's like, yeah, I just signed a $100 million deal. I don't care. I'm filthy rich. Well, what? You're going to sue me for $20,000? Here. I don't care. I wipe my butt with $20,000. I think that's kind of the mindset for him right now. That's why I'm hoping that the lawsuits start coming in and they start really piling up. Because once he realizes that he's had to dish out, you know, $20, $25, $30 million just for being stupid, then he may think, okay, maybe I shouldn't do this anymore. Some people just need to get hit with the consequences of their actions before they aren't, yeah. And it bugs me too that Kick, which I have actually been looking at Kick because I hear the payouts are actually really nice. I don't know, man. I hear that the payouts are good, but I also hear some very bad things about Kick. Like there is full-on gambling there on Kick. And they don't care. They just like, yeah, sure, whatever. I don't necessarily mind that there's gambling there. However, if there are kids there that are being allowed to gamble, that's a problem. Like if it's like a bunch of like a group of adults, okay, fine, go whatever. You know, you're an adult, you want to gamble away your money, do whatever. But when you've got like 12, 13-year-old kids on there gambling, that's a major problem. Because especially at that age, it's very easy to get hooked on that kind of stuff. Very, very easy. Oh crap, I wasn't even thinking that I brought the wrong Pokemon. I'm an idiot. Well, here, I'll try to help out and I'll give us a smokescreen. You're gonna have to carry us, Bullet. I was so busy talking about this that I didn't even realize what I was doing. But I did give us smokescreen. Here, I'll just do some air slash. Hey, I actually hit him pretty hard. That's not bad. Yeah, if I see you getting low on health, Bullet, I'll throw out some heals. Because that's pretty much as good as I can do, is just give the smoke screen and then do some attacks and some heals, because I'm not going to be doing much else. Man, he's already nullified twice. Dude, stop it! He removed abilities twice. He's just gonna keep nullifying everything. He's gonna start stealing Terra Orb here soon. This gambling, they also have straight up certain adult type of videos. Oh, okay. Yeah. That seems kind of... I think it's only a matter of time before some government entity comes down on Kick. But I think Kick is just trying to see how far they can push it and how long they can get away with it. Because the longer that they're able to get away with it, the more time they have to build their audience. Because I think that's sort of the thing right now, is they just want to do everything they can to build the audience as much as they can. And then they eventually say, oh, well, we have to kind of tone it down now and that sort of thing. Because as it is right now, I actually went and I looked at some of the numbers to see if it would be worth switching over to Kick from Twitch. And the numbers for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, even Pokemon in general, just aren't very good over there. Compared to Twitch, they're just not very good. There are far fewer people streaming there, so the competition is much better in that sense, but there just simply aren't many viewers there watching Pokemon content. Like when I looked, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? It was about 5 o'clock in the evening, and I looked. And on all Pokemon games, Scarlet, Violet, Sword and Shield, Pokemon Go, all the other ones, there was, I think, a total of like 20 people watching. All the different games total of just Pokemon stuff. So it was not a lot of people. The number of people that were streaming Pokemon stuff was only like 15. So like I said, the competition is far less, but the viewers just aren't there. At least not for that kind of content. I've never used the platform myself. They might have changed that by now. I can look right now. Yeah, I can totally just go look again. That's fine. I've been kind of keeping tabs on it. I've heard all the news stories, and I've been kind of following it. And at first, I really didn't want anything to do with it. But then, like I said, if the payouts are good, kind of hard to keep ignoring it, man. Especially when I'm getting $300 power bills. I need that money, man. I need to pay my bills. Gotta pay that rent. You know, the good vibes from Twitch aren't paying my bills right now, man. YouTube, thankfully, is at least giving me a little cash. That's why I've always stuck with them. But yeah, Twitch, I have no loyalty to Twitch at all. None. The only reason why I continue on Twitch is because I know some people just like watching the streams on Twitch. That's like their platform. And I don't want to just ditch them. But at the same time, I also have to keep thinking, well, is it even worth it to just keep doing it? Little cash for a little Kuribo. Oh, that's a jump bluff. Okay. Couldn't tell what that was at first. But yeah, that's the thing with Twitch is one, I make no money on Twitch. With Kick, I kind of think, well, maybe I'll have about the same audience because I don't really have too many people that watch on Twitch. Wow. Okay. So that's a Corviknight. I was like, wait a second, what bird is that? So it's a Corviknight grass. So he's metal and flying usually. Okay, now I could actually use my Charizard. This would be good for Charizard. Okay, here we go. I'll get this one right. That's another thing. Speaking of Karibo, I keep going from topic to topic. I'm sorry. But the Karibo thing that I've been using, obviously it's a Karibo. It's not something I made. I do sell Yu-Gi-Oh product, and I do make Yu-Gi-Oh videos, so I think it's okay for me to use the logo because it kind of gives you an idea of what you're going to see. And I do the trading card stuff, so I think that's fine. But I really do want my own logo. I really do. And I've been looking at various options for logos. And they have a bunch of logo makers online, stuff like that. And every time I go to one of those, the logos just look so generic. And there's really nothing to them. There's nothing that really draws your eye to them, at least for me. You know, because if you look at some of the big names out there and you look at their logos, there's always a little something going on with those logos. You know, even companies that I may not necessarily like, I can still look at their logo, and one, it's very recognizable, and two, if you look a little deeper, you'll notice little things about it. Like, you can tell somebody really put in some work to make certain aspects of that logo noticeable. Like, go look at the FedEx logo. On its face, you may not notice anything too out there, but look at it a little bit closer and you'll notice little things. Same thing with Amazon. Amazon's a bit more out there. But again, there are little things about the Amazon logo that you're like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And again, when you see the Amazon logo, you know it's Amazon. You know, something simple but recognizable. And Karibo has done his job as that, but I don't own Karibo. So if I wanted to, say, make a t-shirt or make a business card, I wouldn't really be able to do that because I don't own the Karibo thing. Smoke screen. Of course you're going to taunt me right away, aren't you? Fine, have a flamethrower, buddy. I was also looking to potentially pay somebody to create a logo for me. But again, that bill came in. I keep bringing it up because, I mean, it's true. It's one of those things that a little something like that can really throw a monkey wrench into all your plans. I had certain plans that I was going through for this month that I wanted to get done, but all of that has been kind of thrown up in the air now. Real pain in the butt. Because you can hire people, like on Fiverr. There's that website Fiverr where you can hire people to do certain things for you. Like they can write articles for you, or sometimes they can design things for you. And they're very reasonably priced. In fact, I would argue that they're actually underpaid. You would for free. Well, I would feel better paying somebody, to be quite honest. And I'm not saying I wouldn't pay you. I mean, if your work is good, sure, I would pay you. And the reason I would feel better paying somebody is simply because this is a logo that I'm going to use for my business. So it's going to probably eventually end up, like I said, on business cards. It's going to end up obviously on all of my social media accounts. Heck, if it goes far enough, I may put it on a t-shirt or something where I'm literally making money off of just the visual itself. So I would feel better if I paid somebody, even if it was just a few bucks, even if it was like $20. At least I could say, yeah, I paid the guy, and that sort of thing. Even that feels better than just getting something like that for free. Because believe me, there are plenty of things online that I would really love to get for free. Some other things, like a logo, because I do believe it is basically art that you're creating for me, I would feel better if I paid somebody for it. Because artists, they need to eat too. So if I'm able to get them, a few groceries or like a night out to eat or, whatever, even that's better than nothing. Yeah, especially when it comes to art. When it comes to big corporations, I don't care. Give me everything free. But when it comes to like sole proprietors, artists like that, just trying to scrape a living by, that kind of thing, I'm all for hooking them up with some cash. Like I've done that with. I've mentioned this guy before. His name is Kevin MacLeod, and he makes a lot of royalty-free music. In fact, he's probably one of the most popular. He's been around forever too. Like when YouTube first got started, he was like the first big name to really start making a lot of royalty-free music that you could use on your videos, and that music is still available to this day. In fact, if you go to certain videos, you may see attributions to him. He has a website and everything, and I have used some of his music in my videos. And I actually contacted him some years back, and I told him, I was like, yeah, thanks for making the music. It's awesome. Is there somewhere I can send you a little money? And I said, it won't be much, but it's something. He's like, oh, yeah, sure. And so I sent him some money as a thank you, just to say, hey, I appreciate what you're doing. Because, again, he runs into the same problem. He's trying to pay his bills, but he's an artist, and when all your music is royalty free, there you go. There's not a lot of money in it. He is doing better now, from what I understand, because obviously everybody uses his music royalty free. It is licensed to him. You do have to attribute it to him, so he so people know where it comes from and who gets properly credited on that sort. But if you use it on one of your videos, no additional money will go to him. Now, he has his own YouTube channel where he posts all that music, and he does monetize it. And of course, a lot of people go there and listen to it, and that's views. Views equal money, which is good. I'm glad he's able to do that now. But yeah, back when he was still kind of figuring things out, I just felt better giving him a little money. Let me see, what's this? I need help with the Pokedex and Legends. I can't get a certain Pokemon that I can't remember the name of, so I was wondering if you could help out possibly next week when I remember. Also, do you mind trading for an egg? You mean like you want to give me an egg? Is that what does that mean? And also, I want to mention that I do have Arceus, but I reset my save. So I'm like right at the beginning of the game. I reset the save specifically so I could go and get additional copies of the legendaries. But I've been so busy playing this game that I've not really had a chance to go back to Arceus and really catch up on that game. But what do you mean trading for an egg? Like, do you want to give me an egg or do you want me to give you an egg? and that egg that you want, do you want it in Arceus or do you want it here? Hold on, let me water over there. Trying to find fire. Let's go check this one out. Oh my god, Pissimians everywhere. And a Cricketune. Oh, watch out, I don't want to touch any of y'all. Oh. Is this another Pinkerton? I think it is. So let's see, fire. Oh, that's right, he does electric and some water. Actually, Gastrodon would be good in this one too. Give you an egg and you give the egg to somebody else. Who would I be giving the egg to? Just a random person or a specific individual? Are you looking to use me as a mule? I have to ask. Are you trying to use me as a mule? And if you don't know what I mean by mule, there is something called a drug mule. They are often unwilling participants in the movement of drugs from one place to another. Some are willing, but some are unwilling. Are you... Oh, I think I know what you want me to do. Do you want me to trade you an egg from one of your games to another one of your games and you're using me as like the middleman? Because that I'll do. That's fine. Because I don't think... Yeah, you can't put eggs in Pokemon Home. I don't think. I've never tried it. But yeah, if you want me to help you move an egg from one game of yours to another, I'll do that. That's fine. Getting back to the logo thing, like I said, I am willing to pay for it, but because I am paying for it, I do expect a very, very good, very nice logo. Now, the cool thing is again, for people who actually do that for a living, they actually have a portfolio of different logos, some of which they've designed but just never sold. So they may actually already have a whole bunch of logos that they could just kind of, you know, sort of paste my name into, or just kind of tweak it a little bit and make it more for the business that I run. So they may already have some of that stuff ready to go. So who knows? No, I is not doing that. So you don't want me to help you move one of your eggs to another one of your egg games? Wouldn't that be excellent? And Trent, where are you, man? You gotta get in on this. He's like, nah, man, I'm good. I don't want to get in on Pinkerton. It's too crazy out there anyway. You're in a raid. Okay. Oh, I don't know if you all read this in Discord, but I am trying to. Well, I'm not. I can't really say I'm trying to. I actually already did. Add a quiz over to the website. That's okay, Trent. We'll get you on the next one. It's a very basic quiz, but I wanted to make it kind of interesting. The quiz itself is called... I'm trying to remember exactly what I named it. Are you a Pokemon ability expert? I think that's what I named it. And it's all about various abilities within the Pokemon universe. And it's only 8 questions. I didn't want to make it like super long, you know, because it's like, why would you make something like that super long? But yeah, I'm sort of following the lead of certain websites like BuzzFeed, which is not the best website because some of their stuff is just stupid. But there is no denying the fact that people, for some reason, love those little quizzes. They love them. Like every time I go to Facebook, like there's a handful of people that I know on Facebook, they always do those quizzes and they always post about them. So I'm like, okay, apparently these are still really popular. So let me try and make a couple of quizzes and see how they do. And again, this is just for driving views to the website. That's it. I don't make money on the website as it is. I do have AdSense on it, but I mean, I don't get many views there, so. But I still thought it'd be kind of neat to do. I actually posted it in the Pokemon channel. But like I said, pretty simple. Most people that are at least fairly familiar with Pokemon abilities will be able to pass it. There is a chance you can fail it. I didn't want to make it just like one of those automatic things. But yeah, you can actually fail it. And some of the questions are a little easier than others. In fact, at least a couple of them are actually a little difficult. And to kind of make it a bit more appealing for people who enjoy something that has a little more difficulty added to it, is I put a timer on each question. You only get 30 seconds to answer each one, so you can't just go and look up every answer. You actually have to know. I guess I'll catch this guy too. I'm gonna have a lot of trade bait. Yep, I'm gonna have a lot of stuff to trade tomorrow. Or probably tonight. My awesome Saturday night, that's right. Saturday night is when I love to party and do nothing but trade on surprise trade. That is my Saturday night. Hey, look at that. He gave us a Mystica. Not bad. What else did he give us here? Star Piece, Rare Candies. Not bad. I think I've got at least one more raid in me here, and then I'm probably going to call it. We've already been on, wow, 4 hours and 7 minutes. So yeah, we have been on for a little bit here. Let's see. Where can I find possibly one more? Well, I guess we'll go to this one. Oh, you know what? I bet Trent is probably trying to pug a group for or I should just say he's trying to pug the Rilliboom raid. Which he could get lucky. I wouldn't really pug that raid myself, but you never know. You could run into a couple of people that just really know what they're doing. I don't really like pugging raids at all, though. At least not 5- and 6-star raids. For the simple fact that I run into way too many people that do not know what they're doing. Oh! 5-star Sableye. Let's see, he's a rock. Palkia did crazy damage. That's what I was hoping for. My little Grata was there mostly as support. She was just lowering the attack. That's her whole thing. Just lower the attack. You're heading out. All right. Until next time, next week. I'll be here next week. Let's see. I think I only really have Spidops that could really work on this guy. What else does Psychic not like? I never remember. Hold on. Let me see. Well, this is a Sableye. And he is a Psychic. It's a 5-star. Urshifu. Oh, that's true. Urshifu could work on this guy. Grimmsnarl, Tinglu, Tyranitar. King Gambit. I think we're going to go with Urshifu then. Should be right down here. I don't think many people are still around, but I'll put it out there just in case any of y'all want to join. To the 2 people that are still here. I think this will be my last trade. I need to get up and walk around and stretch my back. Let me see. Do we? Oh, got a message from a buyer. Ah, okay, good. I needed to hear back from this guy. I got an order from a guy in Canada, and the address he provided was just Canada. And I'm like, yeah, you gotta give me a real address, dude. That's not gonna work. And he got back to me. He's like, oh, okay. Okay, we'll pause the music there, and now we gotta go to the real pause music. Everybody remember the real pause music? And Trenton's like, what? Yeah, we usually have a lot of sound effects and stuff. When I have larger audiences, I usually do really stupid stuff. Like, we're all innocent men. Just innocent men. Hey, look at that. It's Sneasler. Alright, here we go. I really should rename my Urshifu One Punch Man. I don't know if I have enough characters, though. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, space. That's 4. That's another 5. I'd be 1 space too short. It'd be One Punch Ma. Or I could run it all together, but that looks goofy. Why did it tell me to bring Urshifu? Oh, it probably thinks that I have some dark moves in here. Oh, well, we're gonna have to work with this. I'm just gonna sword dance an Iron Head. Alright, let's see what Iron Head can do. That's actually not bad. Of course he was going to reset. Actually doing all right damage. Not as much as I usually do, but it's something. Dude, you're gonna die, Trent. Remember, man, if you gotta cheer, cheer, man. Do not let yourself die. Well, not that one, Trent. You gotta do the heal cheer. Yeah, do the heal cheer. That heals you up. And it takes off the status condition, too. Oh, well, the bird died. Oh, now I gotta cheer myself. Oh, see, tells you, man, you gotta heal yourself, dude. Cannot let yourself get that low. Yeah, because the problem is if you die, we lose a good chunk off of our timer. And we're pretty much up against the timer at this point. I'm actually just gonna use Drain Punch. See what happens. Let's see how much stab damage this gives me. Oh, wow. Okay, that's actually pretty good. That was a critical hit. Okay, I'm just gonna keep using the Drain Punch because apparently that does okay. This is gonna be close. That one death is really hurting us right now. If we had that extra time back, we'd be fine. But yeah, this is gonna be very, very close. Oh, come on, just let my attack go off already. Come on. Ugh, yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to do it. That death hurt us too much. Yeah. It was that death, man. That little extra time we lost. That hurt. But at least this time, I'm gonna try it again. I want to beat this guy, but at least this time I'll be able to change out to something a little more appropriate. Because yeah, it told me on the terror calculator to bring Urshifu, which is odd. Let me see who else. Ting Lu. I need to check Ting Lu. I want to make sure mine is good for this fight. See, what do we got here? Throat Chop, Rock Tomb, Earthquake. And what does he Terra into? Into ground. He's actually not a great choice then. King Gambit. Yeah, let's do King Gambit instead. His one move is going to be really, really handy here. Yeah, I'm already pretty sure what... Oh, man, he tears into steel, but with his... whatchamacallit, he should be fine. We'll try this again. Wow. 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 It's corn. It's corn.
What do you like about corn?
It definitely has the juice. Am I going in alone? I guess I'm going in alone. Fine. I'm gonna do this alone. Oh no, Trent's back. Okay, cool. That works too. Umbreon! Great supporter. I think after this I'm gonna get in some Overwatch. I don't know why, I've been playing a lot of Overwatch lately. Been playing with Moira too. Moira's actually pretty fun once you learn her. Uh-oh, Trent, don't die. You're a little low there. Little low. Okay, now I'm actually gonna kowtow him right now. Oh no, you healed. Okay, sure, I can get a third sword dance in here now. Okay, please don't reset. Please don't reset. Oh, come on! Really? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Ugh. Oh, that was a waste of time. I gotta kowtow him now. I gotta start healing myself. Oh, there we go. That's why I was annoyed when he basically nullified my 3 sword dances. That was with 1. That was with 1 sword dance. He's gonna reset again here. You gonna reset? Oh, yeah, here he goes. Thankfully, that should be the last reset he does. Given our timer right now, Trent, it's actually okay if you die this time. Because I hit him for so much so early. We're fine now if you actually do die. I don't even have to Terra. He's already dead. There we go. But good job on remembering the heals, dude. Excellent. Those heals are our lifesavers sometimes. Literally. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, a couple of big mushrooms, a hasty mint, crap of berries, nuggets. That wasn't terrible. Some variety there. Alright, guys. I'm done. It was fun. I will be here next week. Same time, same channel, 10 a.m. Central Time. Hopefully we'll have a new Terra raid. And if we do, we will be doing that one as well. We'll do some more trades. I'll try to get more legendaries. See if we can trade those away. And, yeah, I guess it's time to say goodbye, guys. It makes me sad. But we have to go. We have to go, guys. I'm sorry. I want to go. We have to. The table eye. You look so happy. Okay, enough of that. See y'all next week, man.